Okay, today we'll be discussing about first topic is host group. Okay, host group and metadata. Metadata configuration. Okay. So yesterday you have seen that somebody has observed. Yesterday when I was trying to install that Dynatrace one agent. Okay, you go see here. Somebody can go for a mute if you are. Okay, so if you see that yesterday I was trying to install the Dynatrace one agent. Deploy Dynatrace and start installation. Any of the host you select. We had the concept is called host group, right? Say yes or no. So what is a host group and why it is required? Okay, that you need to understand. Okay, so suppose you have one application that X application you have. Okay, I'm not going any PPT or something. Okay, X application you have. Okay, and X application runs on 20 hosts. It required to that application has so much big. It is running on 20 hosts, you have 10 hosts, right? Is it feasible, right? One application can run on 20 hosts, you have 15 hosts, you have 10 hosts, you have 5 hosts, right? You have one host also, you have 5, 10 hosts, something like that. Okay. So what is happening is all the host belongs to same application. Say yes or no. Okay. So what is happening is
Yes.
if all the hosts belongs to same application, so what will happen if somebody say, okay, so all the 20 hosts we have, right? So 20 hosts, if somebody say, hey, for this application I wanted to have a CPU saturation for 80%, memory 90%, disk 80%, then you throw an alert, correct? And some of the process also you can take. Some of the process name like 90%. Okay. Now what will happen is if you somebody say to change it, then what you will do? You will either there is a concept of alert mechanism. We'll discuss after this concept of alert mechanism. Either you set it up globally. Globally means applicable for all the application, all the host. Okay. Globally. But globally, we define 95% for all those things. Okay. Now I said for 20 hosts, different threshold value. So globally, it is not applicable, right? Because we cannot do because other application also run on 95%. Say yes or no. So I need to do manually for 20 hosts. Say yes or no.
Yes.
So manually, if I do for 20 hosts, then what will happen is every host I need to go and change the settings, that threshold value, just as normal, right? So what will happen if I configure a host group, then I will, and all the 20 hosts be assigned to one host group. All the 20 hosts, if I assign to one host group, and under the host group setting, if I change the threshold value, means it is applicable for all the hosts. Correct. So suppose you wanted to send a WhatsApp message, okay, like invitation, some invitation.
Yeah, but Deepak, so what you are explaining, this case works only if the application is pretty much same on all the hosts, right? With a different application, it will not work.
No. So what is happening is for 5 hosts belongs to one application, I can define that host, define one host group for all the hosts. Okay. So if I do any wanted to have any changes on the host level, I can go to the host group and do the changes. It's applicable for all the 5 hosts. Okay. So other application we have, then you can define another host group for that host. If it is runs on 5 hosts or 10 hosts or 50 hosts, okay. So you can have a multiple host group based on the application. So what it is easy for you to, if you wanted to change the threshold value or you wanted to change some configuration setting from the host level, you can go with the one host group and do the changes. It is applicable for all the 20 hosts because you are doing the changes on the host group level. So what we are doing, we are assigning this host to that host group. Okay. Got it? What is host group? Now I'll show you the configuration. Okay. So you'll get little bit more idea. So one way to assign a host group while installing the agent. Okay. You can give the host group name here and you can install it. Okay. Another way you can do it from the server side. Okay. So server side means you need to log into the server and you need to do that. So how you can do that? Let's see. So we'll go to the one host. Okay. First, easy travel this one. Log in. Session, research. So which path I should go for Linux to configure a host group? Okay. So remember that in the interview, just you note it down, just be conscious. For interview, somebody will ask how you can define a host group from the server side. Okay, you need to manually, you need to do to log into the server and do that. Just to tell them with the help of one agent CTL command. Okay, you cannot remember the path and all, right? Just to tell them that with the help of one agent CTL command. Okay, one agent CTL command, with the help of we can configure the host. Just if you tell them like I need to log into that server and I need to go to that path, and once you go to that, we need to run that one agent CTL command. Okay, what is the full command? No need to tell also. If you tell this much, people can understand that you have configured a host group manually. Okay, got it?
Yes.
So now, so you see host group Dynatrace. Even I don't
Deepak,
remember.
so for every server, we have to go and use the same.
Yeah,
One
every server Linux, every Linux server, you should go to the same path. I should run it. Okay. So, like you can write that Ansible script, yeah, Chef, yeah, Puppet script. So what they can do is they can log into that server, connect to that server, and go to that particular path and run this command. Okay, so it will be configured. So before that, you need to stop the agents. There should be you need to write that Ansible script, right? So you can check with DevOps team. Yeah, if you have a capability to write Ansible, yeah, Chef, yeah, Puppet script, you can write and you can do that. Okay. So Dynatrace host row configuration. Just type it. Even I don't remember the path. Instead of searching that portal or the document, so that will be easier. Not this one. Yeah. So Linux, we have this path. Okay. So I'm putting this link to chat window. If you are thinking little bit the screen is not visible or something, you can open this link. And once it is done, I should go to CD and paste it. Oh. CD/opt/Dynatrace
One agent
one agent
agent
ls cd agent ls, then we'll have a called tools cd tools. Now ls, we have one agent CTL, you can see we have, right? So we should go to that one agent CTL folder. Yeah, we should tools, right? Now, and we are in this folder, right? So once you went to this folder, you need to run this command. you can see. So first, what you need to do is to configure that host group manually on the server. You have to stop the Dynatrace one agent. So what is the command to stop the Dynatrace one agent? System stop one agent dot service. And if you run it, what will happen? First, it will get stopped. That Dynatrace one is getting stopped now. It got a stop. You wanted to check the status. It is a stop. Right? Now, what I need to do is, I need to run this command. So what is the which one agent CTL command I should use? So you can see there will be a host ID, host group. Let me know once you guys are visible. Let me try from my end. So command should be // one agent CTL one agent CTL, then space hyphen set hyphen host hyphen group UP set hyphen host group. I think should be equal to EG travel. If it will run it, then after set it should be hyphen set. Okay, so everywhere we have a set. Okay, now if you run this, now it is what is telling. Host group changed to EG travel, right? So now if you restart, you can start the Dynatrace one. So system CTL. Okay. Now it is started. Now you can check the status. Now it is running, right? So if you go to the Dynatrace portal, and if you go to the host, and we did for this server, just to wait for another minute because of the stop one agent, it will take time to come up. Now it is up. You can see here we have a host group, right? So now, if you go to this, click on that EG travel, you are in the host group setting. Now you see host group, EG travel, host group setting. So what will happen is anything if you do the changes on the host group level, whichever host assigned to that group automatically get reflected. Are you getting my point? Suppose you want to send one invitation message to 10 members. So what you are one way you send it individually to everyone. Yeah, one way you create a group and you can send it to one shot, right? So everyone can receive the same time, right? The same way here also, that as a layman, if you create a host group and if you assign that 10 hosts to that host group, all the hosts, if you do any changes on the host group level, it will be applicable for all the hosts. Okay? Any doubt? Let me know. Because there are a lot of questions will be asked on the host group level in the interview.
Deepak, where we will use this host group and where we use tags?
See, host group, see, tag is just nothing but to understand, to search some data, to create, tag will help you to search some data. Based on the tag, you search them. You can able to search something. You can able to create a rule while creating a management zone. Yeah, you are creating some management zone, you are creating a rules, right? Yeah, we are creating some rules, okay, on that setting page, right? So it will help you to understand that what kind of application it is, okay, right? What kind of application it is, belongs to which application, which cloud, which data center, which customer, right? That will help you with the help of tags, right? Host group will help you something if you wanted to do the changes, okay, for 100 hosts. Okay, suppose I told you, you go to that anomaly detection and go to infrastructure and add this threshold value, like for CPU saturation on the custom level, 80%. Okay, I told you to you add for this easy travel application for it is running on 20 servers. You do the changes for CPU saturation, keep it for 80%. What is the way? One way, you go to that manually for each host and do the changes. Don't compare with other monitoring tools here, because here anomaly detection, alerting mechanism is completely different for any monitoring. Okay, like other monitoring tools, like you create an alarm, right? And in that you are adding a metric, right, for each host, and you are assigning it for the tag level or something. Here we have don't have. Here we have that they have already configured everything, predefined it. Just you need to change the threshold value. Okay, for this host, yeah, for globally. So there is two way to have anomaly detection for alerting mechanism. One is globally, yeah, one is individual. So if you go globally, means it is applicable for across. Okay, across means whichever host we have 5,000 hosts, yeah, 1,000 hosts, yeah, 2,000 hosts, it is applicable for all those for globally. One is individually, means you are going to particular host group level, host level, and you are doing the changing. Okay, so yeah, you need to create a custom for particular management group, particular host, a particular group. Okay, that is one way. Okay, we'll discuss later. But here I'm trying to say you that if you have to change some of the threshold value for 20 hosts, okay, so what you will do? You will go each host and do the changes, correct? Say yes or no?
Yes.
Guys, say yes or no. If I say you, hey, we have 27, you go and add the threshold value, what you will do? You will go manually and do the changes. If you define the host group, then you go to the host group setting and do the changes, automatically get reflected for all the 20 hosts, if it is belongs to that host group. Clear?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So this way you can create a host group. So in the interview, there will be many people will ask the question, what is, have you configured a host group? Just simple question they'll ask in the interview. Just note it down with the answers. They'll ask you, have you configured the host group? Yeah, what is the way to configure host group? Just to tell them one way to, while installing Dynatrace one agent itself, we can define the host group. Okay. Either existing one you can select, yeah, you can create a new one. Another way, if you have missed out, you have missed out, yeah, you have not remember what could be the host name I should keep, yeah, all those things. You install the Dynatrace agent. And now to configure the host group, nobody will tell you that, right? Uninstall the agent and again you install the agent. No, this is not a best practice, because there are a lot of paths will be added, pipe will be, everything you need to remove, right? So it will be difficult. Okay. So what you need to do is you need to do manually. Just to tell them, I should go to their path. I don't remember, just to tell them, and we need to run that one agent. That's it. If you tell them, no, they will not ask you the any kind of question on the host group. And you tell them host group, why it is required? Because if it is application belongs to 20 hosts, that application, X application belongs to 20 hosts, then what I will do, if I wanted to do some changes on the host level, okay, then on the 20 host, then each host I need to do and go their setting and do the changes. So in spite of that, if I go to that host group setting and if I do the changes, it will reflect to another 20 hosts. Clear?
Yes.
Shikanda, clear?
Yeah, clear, clear.
Yes.
Okay. You will get more when I change the threshold value something and will show you that comparison, then you will get. So now, as of now, just you understood how to configure host group manually from the server. Okay. And why it is required that you understood, right? So one server I did, another server I am doing for a Windows. Okay. Okay. So I'm going for a Windows server. Windows server also we have that same server. I need to log in it. So let me, so Windows and Linux will get clarity how to do that for Windows and how to do that for Linux. Public IP address. Oh, why I'm doing as such. Suman Kumari join.
No, she didn't join today. And see.
Okay. Okay. What I need to do is I should go to their path. So where agent is installed. So we'll go to C drive. Okay. Okay. Program files. Dynatrace. One agent. The same path, right? We are going. In that Linux also we went same path. Agent. Then we went for tools, right? Oh, we have bin folder as well. Okay, we'll go bin. Oh my God. Let me check the documentation. Windows C program files 86. There it is. It should be program files. No, in this folder it is not there. It should be that folder only. Why is it taking this much time? Dynatrace. One agent. Agent. Okay, we'll go to their bin directory. Let's see where we can find the tools. Okay. We'll go there, version. Windows 64. This many folders should not have. I don't know why it is going. No. Why tools is not showing? No. C programmable one agent tools. You need addition. Oh, wait. Understood. You know why it is not showing? Guys, tell me. Anyone?
As it is a
Because
EM's, like,
no, because it is a hidden file.
okay.
We have not enabled the hidden files. Let's try now. Dynatrace. Wait. Let's wait. It may under hidden files. Dynatrace. One agent. Agent. Oh, still it is not showing.
What are you searching for? Sorry, Deepak.
I'm searching the tools folder. I'm not after agent should have a tool folder, but it is not showing it.
Can you go to program data instead of program files?
Okay. Instead of program files, huh? Just a minute. Okay, program data. Okay, we have Dynatrace. One agent. Oh, I'm able to find in this folder. Agent. I think this folder we can able to find instead. Config. No. No. In this folder also it is.
Can't we simply search that folder name in the search?
I'm searching tools. It is sheet directory. Where it is the main. Yeah. CD, C. Wait. Eh, will come something like this, right? CD will type program files. Directory. CD Dynatrace. Directory. CD one agent. Directory. CD agent. CD tools. Hey, we got it here. See. Okay. So once I don't know why it is not showing there, but it is showing here. Okay. So we are in tools directory now. You can see here, right?
Yeah.
Now, what command I should paste here? You should tell me. For Windows, what I need to do is I went to this command with the root. We should keep something. One agent CTL, and then we should keep this. So paste it and give the host group name is something training. Okay. It will not work. Why? Because we are not applied because service is running. So what I need to do? I need to stop the service. Dynatrace one agent service. So I will go to the task manager, services. Dynatrace one agent. Stop. Once it is stopped, we'll go here and run it. See, it got changed. Host group changed to training. Okay, you can now start with one agent service. Okay. Now let's start it. So mostly when you do this, okay, you need to stop that one agent service. So manually you cannot do for 100 servers, 50 servers, right? So you must have to write a simple script, a chef, a puppet, which company is preferring in your organization, right? Most of the company they used to prefer Ansible. Why? Because of open source. Okay, so you need to write that Ansible script and then you need to configure that. Okay, I don't know why manually that tools folder it was not showing, but in the command it is showing. Okay. So now if I goes to my host for Windows Server and let's refresh it. You can see host group got added, right? Okay. Any doubt? I say yes, no.
Host, yeah, got it.
You got it, right? So I don't know why it is not showing in this program files folder that to directory. Again, I have
Sir,
added that what we call. See, now it is showing. I don't know because system was slow. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
Now it is showing, right? After this, it is showing now. You can see here tools. You should go to this tool directory and then type it like CMD. Like so it will open that. It is system little bit slow. That server is slow because the T2.micro is so that is the reason. Now in this directory you need to run it. So you need to stop that one agent from the service and then you need to run it. Okay. So that is
So,
location of code.
can't we create the host group from Dynatrace console itself instead of from the server level we are doing?
No, we can do that. So that's what I'm telling you. From that Dynatrace console level, while installing the agent, we can do that. Okay. So let's set up one server. Okay, let's spin up one server. Okay, and we install the Dynatrace agent with the host group. Then we'll do the threshold changes. Okay. So launch one instance. Imagine Linux. T2.micro is sufficient and storage 20 GB. Next, add security group. All traffic from anywhere. Review. Launch. That's the login. Okay, this. Okay. Sudo su. The root user, go to Dynatrace, deploy Dynatrace, Linux, create a token, copy this. No, copy this. Now you see, now I'm defining the host group. So now you see here, I am getting two. So I'm adding under EG track. Okay. So now I'm giving the host name you wanted to give. So I'm giving EG travel 002. 001 we have. We are giving EG travel 002 that host name. And host group I have selected customer. If you want to create a new one, then just you remove this. And this is my host group, something, whatever is based on the application, you can do that. Okay. So it will create a new host. You can see here, right? New host group. So that way also you
Yes.
can do, whichever
Yeah.
you can do. So I'm taking one existing one. So whatever changes I will do, you can see that it will get reflected to all this. Now copy this. So you can see in here it was added set host group is equal to EG travel and set host name is equal to EG travel 001 002. Copy this. Run it. Clear? So
Clear.
from the UI while installing the agent. But after installation of agent, you have to go to the server. if you have forgot to, while installing the agent, you have forgot to add that host group, then you have to do from the server side. Okay.
So yeah, got it.
You got it, right?
Yes.
So this way you can do that. Okay. Now,
And
so
can you show me one more thing? Like, for example, this is connected to NCD 30762 tenant. If you want to move to a different tenant, and what are the main configuration things we have to change from the configuration file on Windows and
okay.
Linux?
Like if you want to, same thing you want to replace with different Dynatrace tenant, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Right.
when you wanted to change to install to different tenant, then you need to change this complete URL. You can see we have this, so you need to change this tenant ID. Then you need to change this token, API token. Because API token is a tenant perspective, right? The task token is a tenant perspective. So these two things you need to change. Okay, from this. Okay, then from here, this verify application, you can see there is nothing like that. Something. So based on that, so I will suggest like whichever things you are doing, no tenant, from the tenant only you take it. Okay, something the certification, something there we have different version, here we have different version. It will little bit difficult. Okay, so I will suggest you always you take that installation script from the tenant itself. Okay, if it is a one tenant, definitely it will be somewhere in that somewhere in the API you can able to find. Okay. So I will recommend you whenever you do the changes, do the configuration, you take from the tenant itself. I think signature side, you should not do any kind of changes. You see that version, all those things, make sure that you are in same version of the C1.247.225.sh. So these things you need to check it, all those things. Then that's it. Okay. Then based on that, this command will be the same.
Yeah. From the
So
server
make sure
level,
from
what is the configuration file? This
server
is
level, see, server level, there is no configuration file we are adding in this command. Okay, you go to the, you should have a root access. You go to the root access, and if you wanted to install some in the directory, then you create that. You want to put that SSH script, not in the root directory, under somewhere in the Dynatrace direct. You create some Dynatrace directory in the OPT or somewhere. Okay, in the roots itself, you create a Dynatrace directory, and then you can push this file. So what will happen is that file, that SSH script will get downloaded, right? So you are placing under the Dynatrace folder. Okay. So like as a best practice, like what I'll do is just we are in EC2-user, right? So I can create one directory, MADIR and Dynatrace one agent, something like that. Some directory I have created, and then you go to that, if you do ls, then we have Dynatrace one agent, right? Then CD one agent, Dynatrace one agent, and this one agent SSH, right? You are moving to this folder, MB Dynatrace one agent, right?
Yeah.
We should give the path, right? So /home /EC2 Dynatrace. Okay. Then there is no such directory because we are in the same directory. Okay. So you need to move this file. So once you move this file, then you can run that command. What will happen is your SSH script will be there in this folder. Okay. Got it?
Yeah. Like from one agent perspective, there should be some profile file, right? Like, so.
Okay, so configuration file, and you are talking about library, right?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, so there will be cd/opt/dynatrace. Okay, ls. You can see cd one agent ls cd agent ls. You can see all the configurations are here. So you want to install the script agent, you should go to this path. So path is, if you do pwd, this is the path.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And there is one more folder. There is a one more folder like cd/var/lib ls cd Dynatrace ls ll cd1 agent ls cd agent ls. We have this cd config ls. You can see all this here. So this is here all the modules. Okay. If you do pwd, this is your part. This is the two paths we have. Okay. You're talking about this one. Did I answer your questions?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so this is the two paths we have. Okay.
Logs
all the
path will
change-
be the first path, right? Dynatrace, OPT, Dynatrace one agent, and inside the logs, just to
Yeah.
validate.
Yeah,
if you
agent
have
log, right? You wanted to see that agent log, something, right?
Yeah.
So agent log you can see in that first path. Okay.
Okay.
So that way you can understand. Okay. So this part is clear.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, if you go to the host, you can see the host group. I think
Can we
cover one.
minutes of time on the logs? Like
Okay.
log, we have many files. So which file you mainly pick up for troubleshooting?
Agent dot logs. Agent logs, right? So you can see EGTR got added. So now, if you wanted to see that logs, cd/opt/dynatrace
One agent.
ls
Agent.
cd agent
No, one agent and agent. Sorry.
one agent ls cd agent ls then where is logs?
Go to
Wait.
under tools might be.
No. cd tools ll. No, I think we went to wrong part. cd/var/lib/dynatrace ls the agent cd one agent ls cd agent ls cd config ls. Here you have any kind of logs? We have logs. Just check that Dynatrace one agent log path. One agent log path. Where's okay? We are in the wrong. Log always should be var/log. Correct? var/log ls. We have Dynatrace ls cd one agent ls then we have what we have Until Linux system one agent. After that we have any kind of logs. Okay. So we have log dump. Wait. var/log ground and Dynatrace. Main log message secure export and log VM log. Okay. CD. Then go to that one by one. Log and analytics. What is there? See, one agent we have, right? Logs. You can read that. And this you can read. What is there? So you can read this one. See, this log you are looking for, right? It started on all those things, right? We have set on that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you can check it here. A little bit tricky, but you can customize that logs, okay? So you can try. Okay, so now this part is clear. Now let's move to another topic. Now we'll move to dashboard because very much important, right? So did anyone created any Dynatrace dashboard? Okay, so dashboard you
Yeah.
can create. Yeah.
Oh, I said I've created dashboards though.
So dashboard, we have a lot of things. Okay, we can create a dashboard. Okay, we can import the dashboard. Suppose some of the tenant you have created one dashboard, you can export that JSON file and you can import that. Okay. Third one, there is a concept is called dynamic filter. So you can add dynamic filter in the dashboard based on that filter, whatever you wanted to see. Fourth one, you can assign, you need to publish the dashboard. Once you publish that dashboard as a preset, then only it will be visible for everyone. Okay. And fourth one, you can give an access. Which user, yeah, which group can do edit, which group can modify, all those things. Give a permission also. Okay, and anonymous user also can see the dashboard. Anonymous user also can see your dashboard. Can see your dashboard. Your dashboard. You can generate a report for your dashboard. Your dashboard as a weekly, yeah, monthly. So for that you need to subscribe it. Okay, for that you need to subscribe it. Correct. So this many things we have in the dashboard. Let's discuss. Let's create one infrastructure dashboard, one application dashboard, one synthetic dashboard. So you will get more understanding. Okay, on the dashboard part. Okay.
Okay.
You guys also can log in. How I am doing, same way you do it with different. Okay. So you will get little bit exposure at the same time. Okay. Like how I am doing. So give the dashboard name. I am giving my infra dashboard. Okay, infra hyphen dashboard. Just I have given. So you can give your name, like whichever your name, right? So Shikandar Ashar, you can give hyphen infra dashboard. Kanti K hyphen infra dashboard. Shrikant, you can give Ashar hyphen something like that. So you can create your same time. You also try to create. So what will happen is you will get a more exposure. Okay? The same time. So you no need to invest that time. So you give I gave the dashboard name. Okay. Once you give the dashboard name, you can add the tag. So what is the dashboard belongs to? It is the infrastructure, infra. So it should be case sensitive. So infrastructure. I can add PG travel. These two tags I have given, application I have added and the infra I have added. Okay. Now you can use the same tag, no issue. Okay. So now I am taking one header. So header, what they will do is you can define the name. This is our infrastructure. Okay, I'll keep this and I'll save it. Okay, so it got added. Now I'll take a host. So I wanted to take a host here. This is the pre-built. You cannot do anything. So just you drag and drop. This here it is showing you wanted to have, so by default, Dynatrace dashboard will give you the last 2 hours data. Okay, by default. Okay, so when you open your dashboard, any of the dashboard, it will give you the last 2 hours data. If you wanted to have for last 24-hour data in your dashboard always, then you need to customize the time frame. Instead of 2 hours, you need to put it for last 24 hours. So now this dashboard, it is showing for last 24 hours. Clear? Now you are creating the dashboard specific to your management zone, to your application, not global. Then filter the management zone, custom management zone with your which management zone you belongs to. If I select my EG travel, now you can see we have only 2 because only 2 hosts we have moved to that zone. Hope it is clear.
Yes, sir.
It is very much important. Okay. So don't hesitate to ask here any kind of dot in the dashboard, because when you work on the Dynatrace, most of the requirement like do some tweak changes in the dashboard. I'm not getting data. This can we add this thing in the dashboard? Can you remove? Can you put it in that way? Like a lot of requirement coming in the dashboard part when you start working. So I'm asking any dot here. Just don't hesitate. Ask. Okay. So as of now, I am not putting time frame management zone. I'm creating for global. Okay. So you can understand the time frame. You can understand the management zone. Okay. You can put it it will be always your local time. Okay. So now I click on done. So I got the host health. Now I wanted to have that CPU uses, disk uses, memory uses, each process, how much is getting consumed. I wanted to put this, right? So I want to have, again, I will put header, keep it here. This one to have, so CPU uses in percentage, okay? Now, once it is done, then after that, I need to take a graph. Take the graph, put it here. Give the graph title. What is the graph title belongs to? This is a CPU usage. In bracket, you can put percentage. Okay. This tile size you can put large, then this will become large. Medium, this will become medium. A small, this will become whichever you wanted to use, you can put it. Okay. So this part is clear. So I'm putting in the medium. Now you need to click on configure tile in Data Explorer. Now I wanted to have a CPU usage. So you keep it CPU usage. So you need to take built-in host. You wanted to have for a host, then you put it for host. If you wanted to have for AWS, we have the integration, we'll do that AWS. Okay, so you can see the CPU usage, you can take that built-in. Okay. You can take maximum. Yeah, you can take average. Anything it is fine. A split by host. Okay, and run it. So each CPU uses, you can see that. So now we have 6 hosts, all those things it is showing. Now I can visualize, instead of visualization graph, I can take a top list. So now I am taking for desktop, for EasyTravel 01, EasyTravel 002, Windows Server, container, 1 agent. Okay, all those things I am getting. Now I run this. If I wanted to have for a specific for only EasyTravel, that's something you can see filtered by host. Now we have host tag. So you can take, I wanted to have for environment production. If I added, I can see only one host I have added is a production. So I can see. So if you wanted to, so anything out of 100, you want to filter something, you need to click on filter. Clear? Here you can keep the threshold value like 99 green, 98 red, yellow, no, something I can put down. Green should be how much? Greater than 60? No. Red greater than 90. Yellow 92 greater than 0. Green, something like that. So now all are in green, right? So if greater than 90, it is red. So 90 we kept red, then 85 we can keep as a green, right? First green, yellow, and then we have red. So that you can. So once it is become a red, then you can see that threshold. So now suppose you wanted to have 0, 1. I wanted to have a 2, 4 green. This one and 5, 4, 10, 4, 5, 4, 10, 4 red. Then what will happen? You see, this is a green zone, this is yellow zone, this is a green, a yellow zone, red zone, green zone, a yellow zone, green zone, right? You can understand that, right? Green zone means which is good, yellow means we are in warning state, red means we are critical state, correct? So that it will give you that, okay? That threshold value. If you change it, then you will keep, if you keep that threshold, it will solve this, okay? Hope it is clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
nobody is saying anything, I think so.
Yes, we got it.
You got it, right?
Yeah.
So that you can keep it. Now, don't click on done, just to click here. Somewhere you click, then again you take a graph. Again you take a header. You can keep this as a memory uses. Okay, in percentage. You also try to create the same way. So what will happen is you'll get exposure. Memory uses. I can keep this title. Memory uses. In bracket, you can put percentage. Configure tile. So when you filter the metrics, okay, make sure that if you search memory, you can see memory is coming for containers. Memory is coming for all this. All are right now is container based. No, after that JVM based. So don't take anything. So you wanted to have for host memory. So now we are getting memory available percentage host memory. Now you are getting here, right? So make sure that you are selecting for which metric, for which host, make sure that you are clear. Don't take any, oh, this is the memory, you can take it. No. You check it that built-in part and see that this is for belongs to host, this is belongs to reclaimable, this is for also belongs to host. If you go a little bit down, then you can see this is for .NET memory consumption. So there's a lot of things, okay? So don't select anything. So you need to take memory used. You can see, you can take it. Split by host and run it. So we take average, top list. See. So now I wanted to keep that threshold greater than 80 should be red gen, 60 yellow gen, greater than 0 red gen, green zone. So how many green zone? How many yellow zone? So these are in the red zone, these are in yellow zone, these are green zone. Okay. Like this, you can put threshold value. It will be easy. Okay. Your dashboard looks vibrant. Okay. Colors, all those things. Now again, I wanted to have for disk. So I don't put disk. You take the graph. So first you take a header. And you can put it. Oh, sorry. delete it. Instead of header, okay, instead of header, there is another thing also you can take this to define this part, okay. Now I'm showing you. You can take a markdown, okay, and you can take a markdown, put it here. Okay, just a minute. Why it is not coming? You can put like this also. Like I wanted to have now disk usage, right? Okay. Usage in percentage. Okay. Done. This also you can. So this will show something like this. Okay. This also you can. That is your wish, which one you want. Okay. So now I wanted to put graphs, so I can put it here. So this is my disk usage, which is bracket my percentage. D should be capitals. U should be capital. Configure tile, data explorer. Then we can take disk usage. Just to type disk. Okay. Disk available, disk free. Host split by disk also you can put it, so you can get the data. You can take average, filter by top list. So you can see now we are consuming almost. See, from the host we have consumed 99%. Okay, so you can see. So you can put it. Green should be greater than 60, yellow 80, red 90. Now see, all are in red zone. Save changes. Okay.
By default, disk drive takes only C drive. I do see like D drive, E drive.
Yeah, all the drive. If you filter split by disk,
Okay.
then it will all the drive. Like if the system has 10 drive, then it will show all the 10 drive.
Yeah.
Now see,
Yes.
same server, we have D drive, E drive, F drive, so it is showing 3 drives. Because I took suppose 50 GB, right? So it distributed automatically based on that, so like C20, 2020. So it is showing. Okay.
Sorry, that red color desktop is my machine
Okay,
one
this
I
is
sent. Yeah, I
okay.
just
This is yours.
yeah, I installed my
Oh.
laptop. That's what it's showing the desktop.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Falling. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's my
that's okay.
personal
So
laptop.
okay, so now they'll take so now CPU memory decision. Now I wanted to have a process. Okay, so take that header value. Header, yeah, markdown. Anything you can do. So let's take markdown. You put it here. You remove this part. Markdown can be utilized for multiple purposes. We'll discuss later. Right now we can use for header for markdown also. Okay. Now we can have a process CPU usage. Okay. In percentage. Now click done. Edit. Something like this. Okay. Take the graph. Put it here. You can take process CPU uses. Okay. Now configure tile in data explorer. You can take as a process CPU usage. Process spelling is wrong. CE double S. CPU usage split by process. You can take average and run it. So system has all the process, right? So now you can take a top list. Now see how many it is showing. But if you put it in this dashboard, it will be difficult, right? So what you can do is, here you can go to that code section, and we have limit is 100. So you put it at 20, yeah, 10. So only 10 it will show in the top. Okay, it will not show all. So whichever consumes more, it will show. Other than that, it will not show. So you can see. So there is an order, descending order and ascending order. Okay. So if you put it in ascending order, you can write some your code also. Ascending order, then what will happen is which will consume less, it will be in top. Now see, right? So that you can do the changes whenever you want. Okay?
I can add a filter, Deepak. Suppose I want no, like all the process or all the disk which are unhealthy, like more than 50, more than 60, not the limit.
You can write the script. Now suppose I have added here with only but which host, it is not showing, right? So I can add in this style itself. I wanted to add for host also, it should show. So we can add here comma double quote. You add it in double quote dt dot in entity dot host. Okay, I have added. Now I run this. Oh, what is that? dt dot entity dot. Wait. CPU is split by dt process with, it should be comma, right? Just a minute. Okay, just a minute. Where is my this? Open a new duplicate tab. Okay, go to your host CPU usage. Okay. Okay, go to their code, split by host. Go to code. What is there? dt dot entity dot host. Okay. If we'll take copy this in double quote, okay. Put it after this, comma, double quote, control V, and run this. No data. Sometimes some of the it will show. I don't know why it is not showing. Because the process. It is not showing, but you can write that query. So it will show, okay? In the proper way, once you write, it should show. In that, I wanted to add a host. So generic it is taking, that is the reason it is not to, taking. If you take like something, wait. Control C, go to here. Let's try with CPU usage and each process is taking, right? So comma, double quote, put it like this and run this. Not it. So it cannot take with process group with host because both are different. Okay. So when you wanted to have for host or something, and you wanted to have the same, you want to filter by that something, you can add it something, so it will show. Okay. Now it is not showing here because the process group and host we have a different naming. Okay. So different way to taking that CPU consumption. Okay. So you can customize that this query and you can take it. Okay. Oh, it is not taking. So remove this. Very good. Okay. So we are taking that process group level. You can customize that query. You can add that metric and you can save it. Okay. So this is for process CPU usage. Little bit you can expand it. Now same way you can take a graph. You can put here and clone here. So it will show here. You can change this process for memory. That also it is possible. Memory. Don't do clone to. Clone to means you are cloning to different dashboard. Different dashboard. Okay. Click on done. Put it here. Now configure tile in Data Explorer. Process memory usage, right? Memory usage is split by process and run that. Top list, code, limit I can put it 10, run this. So whichever top it is consuming more, right? It will show in the dashboard. If you put it in descending order, which is consuming
Yeah,
less,
I
it will show in
have
the
a question
dashboard.
though.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the limit, normally it's 100 limits. So what does that mean?
See, 100 limit means, see, what is telling 1 second? Memory, CPU, uses. Okay? Now, memory uses, okay? Process memory uses. So when you have a limit for 100, maximum data you can see here, right? 100 process you can see here, okay? You can see in the dashboard. You cannot see more than that, okay? So that is the 100, that is the limit 100. So maximum 100 process you can visualize in the dashboard, okay? So now we are seeing how many? 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why? Because we gave a limit for 10. If you give a limit for 20, let's add it. If you give a limit for 20, you can see the 20 data. Now you can see that I will give the limit for 30. Suppose I can see 30. Now you can see 30. I can save the changes. So maximum you can see 30, 100, okay, in the dashboard. Got it? So this you can see how many server that Windows system is running. Everything this one, 1, 2, 3 running. Administrator this one. Anti-malware, how many, one agent, how many is running. So it is counting and it is so maximum you can see in the 100. So you can see it is showing 30. So it is showing 30. So it will look like this. You can put it like this, but because if you put like this means whichever consuming more, right? It will show in the top list, right? Because we kept in ascending order. Correct. If you put in descending order, which is consuming less, that will show in the top. So you need when it is consuming more, right? So that is the reason we kept in the ascending order. When you do cost optimization on the server side, and you wanted to understand that which server is not consuming CPU, is not consuming memory, it is not consuming this for past 1 month, 30 days, we can decommission, we can reduce the size of the server, then you can put it in ascending order. Like what I am telling you, if you wanted to do the cost optimization, so like you put it like something markdown, you can put it here, something, and you can do like for cost underutilized cost, utilized cost for cost optimization. Optimization. Okay. Now you wanted to do for cost optimization. Okay. So what you can do is I can take this, I can take the CPU, I can clone here, I can drag to here, I can go there, configure tile and data explorer, and I can go there for instead of descending, you can put it ascending order. So what will happen? Whichever is consuming less, it will show in the top, right? So in that you can understand that whichever the host is consuming less CPU, less memory, less disk utilization. So what you can do is you can check with application team. Hey, these are the servers I am seeing from past 1 month. It is not consuming more than 5%. So are you guys are utilizing the server? No, you are not utilizing. Then can we reduce the size of the server? So those people are doing cost optimization, right? For them, they can do like this. Hope it is clear. Question?
Hi, Deepak.
Yeah.
First, you said that since last 1 month we are not using those servers, so they are underutilized.
Your voice is very low. Can you?
You were saying that those servers we haven't used for more than a month, suppose, so they are underutilized. But the report says of only last 24 hours. So how can we justify that?
You can filter that time frame, no, last 30 days. Once you filter the data for last 30 days, then you can see these are the servers are not being utilized from last 1 month, correct? Suppose this server is not utilized for last 1 month, if I filter the data for last 30 days, okay, and we got this information, okay, so this server is not utilized. So I'll check with application team, hey, I am seeing this server is not being utilized from last 1 month, so can we reduce the size of the server? So now we have, you can see when I spin up the server, we have this, right, everywhere, right? You can see this. If I spin up the server, this is the size of server, right? Like T2.micro, T3.micro, you see. This is a one virtual CPU, one virtual, one memory, two virtual, four memory, two virtual. So suppose now you put it something like 8 virtual CPU and 32 GB of RAM. T3 2x large, okay? T3.2x large. Now, this server is not being utilized. So this server cost is really high compared to this server. This server, because this server configuration is system configuration 4 GB RAM,
Right.
4 virtual CPU, 16 GB RAM. Right? Suppose this server cost is $100 per month, then this server cost damn sure will be $200.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely, right? So now this server is not being utilized. We are paying extra. I should not pay for that, right? Because server is not at all utilizing by anyone. Then why should I pay this much amount? I can reduce the size of the server. Instead of 8, I can put it 2. So for
Right.
that, what we can do is we can keep that some information for underutilized hosts for that, because now we are seeing the 5 server, 6 server. When you have a 5,000 of server, 10,000 of server in the dashboard, you should think on that level, enterprise level. Okay, when you have this much information, then you need to think about, right? Definitely, out of 5,000 server, 550 servers are not at all people are using, because the development server, a testing server, a UAT server, in the once in a moon people used to do that. If that's so, then you can check with application team without taking confirmation from the application who is owning that server. Then you can check with that team and you can understand, if they say yes, you can go and reduce the size of the server, then you can go and reduce it. So this will give you that information for underutilized hosts. So you can keep it for CPU, you can keep clone. So don't do clone to. Clone to means you are cloning to another dashboard. Okay, so click on clone, take that data here. Okay, and go to their configure tile and data explorer. Instead of ascending, put it in descending order you change it. So whichever is utilizing very less, you can see that. You can put ascending order and run this. So now whichever utilizing less, it will show in the top. Save changes. Cost optimization is what? You are optimizing their cost. So I am paying for 5,000. You are doing the optimization, and they said, okay, next month you have to pay only 4,000. That is called cost optimization, right? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So this way you can do that.
Deepak, can you go to this memory, process memory once?
Yeah, 1 second.
I have created all these dashboards like now, And then
Okay, where I need to go? Your dashboard. Go ahead. I didn't understand your question.
actually, I was creating a dashboard for memory, and we have process groups. So in the split, I have process option. So when I created, so it's giving me all the process group names. How can I identify on which node or host it belongs to?
Where you are seeing?
Yeah, this is for all the process, right? Okay.
Now you wanted to see this Windows system running on which server, right? This process, that Windows system running on which process, correct?
1 second. Now I've created a dashboard for memory utilization for each process. Okay, and the process group, it's taking process group name. Okay, so
Yeah. So what is happening? Okay, so this is taken, right? DT entity dot process group, right?
yeah. So I'm getting all the like same names on all dashboards, but it belongs to different nodes actually. So split by, I should have host name also.
See, if you reshare, see, we can take process CPU usage. You can take process CPU usage, okay? And I'm taking this matrix, auto average, a split by process, okay? Now we are not getting a split by host, okay? So if you are not getting here a split by host, then what you need to do is you need to write a query in such a way that so you can get the host details over here.
Got it. Understood.
Okay.
I'll
If you want to have a query, I'll send it to you. Okay. I don't remember that what I should add here. Then I should take a filter by something, and then you should add. Then you can take that value directly. You can add here host. It will not work. I tried, but I need to add that query, and then you need to do this. Here it will show that one pipe symbol, and then it will show the host. You need to write a query.
I'll write because what happening is the process name here you can see Google, Zoom, okay, different names. But in my case, the process group names are same for all 10 not different nodes. So I'm not able to identify this. So that's why I need to add a host name there.
So that's why you need to write a query here. Once you write a query, then it will show that this process group belongs to which host. Okay. You need to write a query. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So that way you can understand that underutilized host. So now see, I did for CPU usage. Now, so what is that you are doing? Cloud monitoring, right? You talk about cloud monitoring. So now I can get AWS.CPU usage. So now what you took that host CPU usage. Now I wanted to have for AWS something, just for example, say I'm putting one metric. So you can understand that. Now we have that all the cloud integration, right? So if you put AWS, you can see we have AWS, right? So AWS dot CPU. Oh my God. See EC2 CPU usage. If you put it as split by EC2 instance, now what metrics you are getting? All the EC2 server. So what is the metric name? Built in cloud.aws.ec2.cpu. Why you are getting this matrix? Because we have done the integration with AWS. That is the reason we are getting. If you have not done the integration with AWS, then you cannot get this matrix. This matrix, okay? Because all the cloud metrics should be built in cloud.aws. Okay. So now if you wanted to have a AWS CPU usage, you can keep like this. Run this query, save changes. So all that AWS metrics, right? We have the cloud integration. It should be cloud.aws.cloud.azure.cloud. So all those things you can understand. So this is my AWS CPU usage. It could be shared AWS CPU usage. So that is called cloud monitoring. So whichever that cloud component that we are using. Like currently we are using only EC2 server, right? So we can get infrastructure related metrics on the cloud side, like EBS volumes, all those things. Okay, but when you have S3 bucket, Lambda service, RDS, Amazon Aurora DB, EKS clusters, container, all those Amazon Fargate, everything, right? So whichever that component they're using, you can use that once you have the integration, and you can fetch that through CloudWatch. You can fetch that metric in Dynatrace, and you can create a dashboard, you can create an alert, you can create whatever. Okay.
I have a question.
Hmm.
Yeah. So anytime you integrate Dynatrace with AWS, do you automatically have like Lambda functions?
No. So what is happening is you have not seen that yesterday recorded session or something. When you do that cloud integration with Dynatrace with AWS, we are defining a certain policy on the AWS side. Okay. So if I go to my AWS, let me show you that. If I go to my IAM,
Mhm.
if I goes to my IAM, and if I goes to my policy, and I will search for Dynatrace.
It's the third one from the top. Okay.
Yeah. So if I search my Dynatrace, we are defining the policy. Okay. And this policy we are giving allowing. Okay. So now I have allowed this one. Okay. So now I am allowing this. If you allow this, then you can get that data to Dynatrace. If you don't allow, you cannot see. Suppose you have not allowed EC2, you have not allowed EKS, you have not allowed DynamoDB, you have not allowed anything like S3 bucket, then I cannot see that matrix on the Dynatrace. Did I answer your questions?
Yes.
Okay. So that way, so we are defining a policy. So based on the policy, you need to do that. Okay. So make sure that you customize your policy based on what you have, because the AWS has more than 200, 300 services, right? None of the people can use that all the services, right? So make sure that whichever service you are using it, and you wanted to put it on Dynatrace, make sure that you customize your policy accordingly, and then you can create a policy. Okay. So you can get this like this. So this is my AWS CPU usage. So you can put it, edit. You can put like this, expand it. So you can get that graph. Okay. There is some inbuilt times. Okay, so if you go to that application, then there's the application health. Okay, these are that inbuilt time. Okay, you can put it like this. So whichever application is running, it will show. Then we have called service health. So whichever health you can see, right? This is the inbuilt type. Inbuilt means all the just you drag and drop. That's it. Then we have network. Then you take a network status. Now you take a Docker. We have a Docker container as well, right? So you can take the Docker. We have one Docker. How many containers? How many views? We have two containers. We have two views. Then we have AWS. You can take that. AWS, we have something like this. If you have account, right? So we have only one subscription. So that is the reason. If you have multiple, you need to select it from here. Then what we have? So then we have database. You can take the database help. Okay. So like this, you can, there is an inbuilt type. Inbuilt means just to drag and drop. You need to select the database, select the database, and you can create a dashboard. Okay. So this way you can create some dashboard. This is for just for infrastructure. Let's create one for application and then one for synthetic monitoring. Then we'll over that dashboard discussion and move it to the next one. Okay. So there is a concept is called dynamic filter. Right. You can see here, right? So I created this dashboard but anybody can see this dashboard.
Yes.
This dashboard, my dashboard.
Yes. I
In
can
your,
see.
if you log into the Dynatrace portal, I think Christian, you do not have access. You can ping me your email ID in the chat window. I can provide you this portal access. It will be available for only today. So, but time being, I can give you the access. You can ping me that email ID in the chat. Invite. Email. Okay. Now you can log in. You'll get an invite, and you can create a password. You can log in. Okay?
Is it
So
like a
if you have
URL
already,
I'll use to log in?
yeah. So yeah, you need to set up your password. Okay? So now, so what I'm trying to say is, so other members I'm trying to say is nobody can see this dashboard in the dashboard page if you log in from your account. Why? Because I have not published this dashboard. Except Kanti, because I'm using Kanti account. Why? Because yesterday what I kept password, I don't know. And I cannot reset my password because I am using temporary email. So don't take any kind of trial with your personal email ID. Okay, just you go to the temporary email, generate that email, take that email, generate that, use it, throw it. Okay, how many email you will create every 15 days, right? So once you say share, right? So if you click on share and advanced setting, you need to publish as a pre-share. If you once you go publish as a pre-share, everybody can see that. Now everyone can see it if you replace the dashboard. Now, so we have that is called anonymous link. So if you generate that anonymous link, okay, for default and save changes, then those members does not have Dynatrace portal access that also can log in. So if you open as an incognito mode, I can see this as a HTML page. But it will not ask for a sign in. You can see I have not signed in, but still I can see that. Okay, so make sure that you are doing, if you are in management, MT is asking for some kind of dashboard or something, make sure that you generate as an anonymous user link and you give it to that link. You can give it to. You cannot generate a PDF or something. Okay? That you can do. Second thing, you can dashboard, you can JSON, you can download it and you can upload in another tenant. Yeah, same tenant, wherever you want. Okay. And then we have dynamic filter. So dynamic filter we'll discuss now. You can subscribe this dashboard as a weekly and monthly as a enable as a.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Anonymous access.
Okay. So anonymous access means that if you go to that configure, okay, if you go to that manage, you can see here, if you go manage access, and if you generate a link as a, suppose I'm deleting this, okay. So no anonymous user can access this, okay. Now I'm adding as an anonymous link for either you want to have for particular management zone. If you remove this, delete this, you delete this, we have all the managements. If you have the dashboard work for specific for that management, then select it. If it is not, then if it is a default for everyone, you can take as a default for everyone. And if you save changes, one link will get generated.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so this link, those people does not have Dynatrace access, that member also can see this as a HTML page. See, I am not signing in incognito mode, but I can see that as well. You can see I am not signing, but I can see that. I cannot go inside and do something, what was the issue, but I can see that as a something. Understand it, okay? Second thing, what I was talking about, if I'll go to my dashboard, you can subscribe as a report, okay? So once you subscribe as a report, here, either weekly and monthly, you will receive an email. Your dashboard report will be ready, something from the Dynatrace. But you will not receive as a PDF format. You will get as a link, just your link, you will click, you can open that. Okay. Third thing, we have downloaded the JSON file. Again, I wanted to upload, I can upload it. So somebody has used it, right? So you wanted to use, you can put it in the chat. So you can try to with your import as what we have, right? So try to import it. You can able to import. You can give the different naming and you can import it. So if I wanted to import, just I'll click import. What will happen? It will get imported. Right? So this is imported. Yeah. Yeah. So like this. So any tenant, you can do that. Automatically host will get changed, whichever it get changed. And some of the data customer you do not get, just to edit the tile and do the changes. Okay. Now there is one more thing, is called dynamic filter. You see edit, there is called dynamic filter. So if you add the dynamic filter, what will happen is add dynamic filter. So we have the criteria, deployment type, you have added. Lot of things based on the key value, all those things. Just some basic things and host tag key. We can give the key name. So if I go to any of the host, go to Easy Travel Lab 001. We'll give key name is environment. Okay. Key name is environment. Okay, save changes. Then add. We can add a lot of things, whichever it is there. Service type. So once you have added in this, whatever that dynamic filter, you can filter that. So those are belongs to. So now you see, I have added deployment type. So it is not coming host tag environment production. It is coming. So UI gets changed, data gets changed. So you can add it based on your requirement. There's a lot of things in the dynamic filter. I cannot add all those things, but just I'm giving the concept how you can add, utilize that dynamic filter. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a 15 minutes break. Okay, and we can have a session at 12 minutes. Okay. Then we'll create another dashboard and then we'll go for another. There are a lot of topics I need to cover. Okay. Stop sharing. Let's put it in. Okay. So now if I import this, like I imported few dashboard JSON, I have that. So this is my application dashboard. Okay. So I will publish as a preset. So now you can see most of the things you don't see it, right? So what I can do is I can like post you don't see it. Why you are don't see it? Tell me.
That
So
particular
I can
metric,
do
no
that.
data.
So data issues, just to go and fix it. So understand from where I can need to fix it. Some of the information you don't see, go and try to fix it. So you can understand that from where I need to fix, how to import, like cheating part, you take it from the data from another dashboard and you are putting over here. So from where it is coming, all those things, you can go here, edit that tile. So this is the host health it is taking. So it is taking from there. So what you can do is, it is not so impacted when you have taken. So it is not taking. So you can take any. Then you will get it. Update the dashboard time. Something like this. Hope it is clear. So just to go inside the dashboard, edit that, and try to configure. I will publish as a preset for everyone. So everyone now nobody can see except Kanti. So I will go here, configure, general manage access, and public as a preset. So it is as a preset now. So you go and check it. Let's import some synthetic dashboard and up. So now you can see all the hosts. So why service is not saying? Go and check, edit the time. Okay. Here you go. Done. Edit. View details. Click here. What I have kept. Just to check it. I have said impacted service. Which are service are impacted, then we should show. And if you don't serve, you don't keep it. And when service will get impacted, then only it will show, right? So that is the reason data is not seen, because we have create, but it is not seen. So like this, you go and understand what I have selected, what I have not selected. Just to understand. Let me import few dashboard more. Like synthetic browser. So whichever tile is not coming, just to try why it is not coming. So now see, this is my browser. SLO and SLO we have not discussed yet, but that is the reason not coming. Here it is not coming. Error by, so just check it. All those things, fix it. So you will get little more exposure. Then I'm importing another dashboard. Import and HTTP. So this also I'm importing. So I will remove that bound one and done the changes. So now you can see whichever data is not coming, why it is not coming, check, because that application has been not assigned as an application. So you can delete this. This also you can delete, because the same you have defined that application, then it is fine. Something like this. Whichever is not coming also, you can delete this, or you can keep this. Something like this. Try to arrange. Those are interesting. So clone it and then you do. Okay. I understand my questions. Are you understood? Clone it and then do the changes, whatever you want. So fix it from your end.
Yeah.
Because you will do the changes, another guy also do the same change in the same dashboard. So it will get not impacted. You did something, then some. Why this is not coming? If it is not coming, whether its failure was happened, then only it should come. So if it is not there, then it is fine. Then all the data is coming. So go, what are the metrics I have taken? So you go and check it and then replicate it, try to configure it from your end also, so it will get more exposure. Why? Because if I'll create a one by one tile, if I add and I will arrange it, it will take another 1 hour, 2 hours, something like that, and it will. We cannot finish that session in another 4 or 5 hours sessions. Okay, so
Yeah, I have a
you do it.
question.
Yeah.
So let's say there's can I link like one of these dashboard, you click on it, it takes you to a different dashboard?
Yeah. So what you can do, that I'll explain you. So one dashboard, I can add all the dashboard. Okay. So suppose I'm going to infra dashboard. I'm adding the dashboard link. Okay. So what I can do is edit, take a marker. So where I wanted to put, suppose I wanted to put here. You can put it anywhere in your wish. So I can take your markdown, take it here, okay, and put it. This is my dashboard name. Name is as a sh dashboard link. Okay. You want to keep as a space, you keep it, done. Okay. Now I kept it. Again, I will go edit. Okay. Go here, little bit, you can keep it like this. Okay. Then keep markdown. Take it here. Again, markdown only. Okay. Now remove this. Okay. And this is like which dashboard? This is my infra dashboard. Okay. So wait. So you remove this first. Okay. Now here you can give infrastructure. Infra. Suppose this is a HTTP monitor dashboard. HTTP monitor. Okay. Now I copy this. I'll go to that dashboard where we have that dashboard. Okay. New tab. Take that. This is my HTTP monitoring overview. Copy this. So go here. This is my monitoring overview. So you can keep as a name monitoring overview. And keep this URL over here. Okay. So this is my dashboard. If you put it something like this, now monitoring overview, link it. So now this is a monitoring overview dashboard link. If you click here, it will open that monitoring overview dashboard. Did I answer your questions?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the way you can link together. Okay. If anything you wanted to have, take the URL and put it in that. Understood? So you
Yes.
can add multiple links. You can add multiple links in the one type. Suppose I wanted to have browser-based dashboard link in this here. So don't create another one. If you take another one, it will create some space from here to here. You can see, right? So what you can do is edit, go here, click here, and then again you click here. Again you copy it. Control C, if you don't understand, copy this and click here, paste it. Okay, so another one was clicked. Name it this one as a browser base. People are very expert in copy paste. No? This is my browser based dashboard. Browser monitoring. Right? Excuse us for spelling. And go to that another dashboard. And where we have browser. Okay. Can copy this URL, paste it. Where it is. So copy this URL here to here. Paste it. So this is browser monitoring and done. So once you click, this is here browser monitoring. You click here, it will open the browser dashboard. Okay. You can put it in one way also. You can put it in other also. Okay. As you wish. Okay. Clear?
I have a doubt. So can we make it fit to the screen? Like, so there are a couple of screen panels are available in the right hand side where we have to drag to the right. Can we fit to the window?
Where which dashboard you're talking about?
Infra dashboard which you created.
Okay. Where what you wanted to put?
Yeah.
See, you can fit it as your wish. Okay.
Okay.
Now it is something like this. Now it is there here. So I kept it how to keep it. Okay. Now you want to put it somewhere, you drag it. Now this I wanted to put it somewhere. You drag something like this. I wanted to keep it here. I can drag like this. Now
Okay.
this I want to drag like this. Okay. So you need to drag and drag. Okay. Now I want to something like I want to increase something like this. Yeah, I want to decrease something like this. As your wish, no, what you want.
But
See,
there
creating
is,
a dashboard, your
yeah.
part.
Okay. As I
Okay,
seen,
now,
like there is no specific length of the screen. Like it's keep on extending to the right hand side.
yeah. It's a keep on extending. There is no length. Okay, now see how
Yeah.
many is there. Keep on extending. So
Okay.
you can understand, right? How many you can put it in that your systems. Yeah, people are watching in your display. So screen is 32-inch, 47-inch, 50-inch. So some of the dashboard is monitored in that bigger screen, right? So you can put it in that way, like it is, we should put it in such a way that like it should fit in 50 inches screen. Okay? Then you can design such a way that, okay. So there is no like something like you can keep on extending actually.
Okay. And
Okay,
one more
so-
doubt is like we have two kind of dashboards. One is infra and other one is application dashboard. Can we merge those two dashboard into one dashboard?
Merge means what?
Merge means like how we are importing one JSON file, the same thing, two JSON file into one JSON, like one dashboard.
See, all the tile you can create here, okay? That also it is possible. All the tiles you can create because they keep on extending, right? So you can create it here. But
Right.
if you are merging, what will
Okay.
happen? Your dashboard will become very lengthy. So when you are putting in that dashboard in a presenter mode, right? When you go to that, you are putting in that bigger screen, right? We are something have a concept of flip something like that. Every 10 seconds it will show this one, then go to another dashboard. Every 10 seconds it will get changed. We have that options in that when you are putting in the presenter mode or something, okay, in the that mode. So you can change it. Okay. Merging is like if you merge that, you can merge it, right? Both the JSON you can merge it in the same. The problem is, see, all the time you can clone to. So if I'll go to my another, see, if this I wanted to clone to another dashboard also, I can clone to. So I can create which dashboard I need to go. Okay, I wanted to clone in monitoring dashboard. So one by one you need to clone it. So once
Yeah,
you clone, then only you can all the data will merge over there.
right.
Yeah, you create a dashboard link. So there, just like I have created here, right? The question was asked. So you can create a link and you can put it so people can click on that. Okay.
Get it. Yeah.
Okay. So you can click like that. Okay. So that way you can do that. Okay? So this is the way you are doing. We are doing. Okay. Clear?
Yes, I'm good.
So most of the topic we discuss on the dashboard part, like filter, dynamic filter, then whatever the option we have, like you can subscribe as a report weekly or monthly. It may ask that can we subscribe as a report in my dashboard? Yes, you can subscribe weekly or monthly basis. Then what you can, somebody asked, have you configured any kind of dynamic filter? Then yes, we have configured. So now I see host tag I have added environment production. So now data is getting changed, right? So we are getting only for one host information. So like that you can do it. Then so this is called dynamic filter. If you see, we can import the dashboard, we can export the dashboard. If you go to the dashboard setting, we have that default time frame is last 2 hours. You can customize to whichever you want. It should show last 24 hours. Now your dashboard time should show last 24 hours data. Enable report, yes. What is the time size? Medium, maximum, large. You can keep it. Okay, I kept it large. Manage access. You can give this. If you public as a preset, this everyone has access. If you don't want to public as a preset and you wanted to give a specific grant access for a specific user or a specific group. So you can give that a specific group who has monitoring admin. Remove this, delete this, and who has monitoring admin that only can view edit. Then you can give like this. Also, you can do it as your wish. If you public as a preset, everyone can edit and modify. If you give that particular permission who has part of this monitoring admin, those member can only edit. Other member can view, something like that. Okay, it depends whom you are giving access. Okay. Clear? Here you can generate an anonymous link. That also you can do. I have generated an anonymous link and I am giving the access who has part of monitoring admin. Permission, right? When you are giving that permission, right? This is dynamic filter that already discussed, and you have a dashboard JSON file. Here also you can upload, and there also you can from the dashboard page. Clear? Say yes, no,
Yes,
I'm good.
yes, I'm good.
Okay, now let's move to another topic. Now I'm giving you that one topic. It's called custom metrics configuration. Metrics configuration. Okay. And DB insight. DB Insight, I will show you how to do that. Like on the database level, I cannot configure it because we do not have DB access, all those things. But custom metrics, I'll configure the live and I can see it. Okay, so suppose you implemented Dynatrace on your application. Okay, and what happened is you cannot see few of the metrics in your Dynatrace. Suppose this is your metric tab, right? And all the metrics should be available in this tab. The metric you can take your data explorer. So in metric, it will define that what this metric will do. Okay, if you expand it, it will show that what is the metric, what is the key, all those in description, what is the all these things like kind of definition, yeah, what you call it, and all the either it will be on the metric, yeah, data explorer. Okay, but some of the metric it is not available in your metric tab, yeah, data explorer, because it's the same code. Okay, same thing. So in that case, and you wanted to fetch some metric, that metric, then what you do? Tell me. Just as a layman. Suppose one metric is not available. Okay. Guys, tell me one metric is not available. And you wanted to have your manager, your application team said that I wanted to have this metric for alerting. Yeah, I wanted to have this metric in the dashboard, and that metric is not available in the searching in this metric tab. Then what you will do?
We have to create manually.
So manually means what?
Build it.
From where? Like some of the case you need to develop a plugin. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Some of the case you need to develop a plugin on the Python. If it is on app somewhere, yeah, you need to write a PowerShell script to fetch that. Yeah, you need to write a Java, something, whichever code you are feasible, right? Language you are feasible, you need to write that. Yeah, you need to check with you are not aware of that coding part or something. Then you need to, MQ level, right? Messaging queue level, Kafka queue, Rabbit MQ level. You wanted to fetch that metric, and that metric is not available. Then you need to develop a plugin, and you need to upload a plugin on either one agent, ActiveGate. Hope you remember extension plugin. When yesterday we discussed about environment ActiveGate, right? Where it can be used for extension plugins, right? Hope you remember, and DB Insights. So in that case, you need to develop a plugin. But here I'm not going to develop a plugin, okay? But I can tell you from where I need to upload. I have some plugins that we can utilize it. And one more thing, I can show you how we can create a custom matrix if some of the matrix is not available. All the cases you should not go to that plugin and develop a plugin or something. You can create some custom matrix also, and you can take that. So I'll show you that first, how you can create a custom matrix. And then second, I have some built plugin, developed plugin. I can upload and I can show that how to upload all those things. And third, how you can configure a DB. Okay. So if I'll go to my setting page, and monitor technology, okay, add new technology. Click on add GMX PMI extension. Use this. Extension name is Easy Travel. Okay. It could be anything. Okay. Metric source I need to select. So I wanted to have for Apache, because based on that technology, right, that application was built, right, all the technology it will show. So whatever technology, I have Apache Tomcat now. So I can give this. Now I have this source, means these are the process. So management zone, I am taking all. Host, we have running on that ETL application app 01. So app 01 I have selected. Process, I need to select for which process I want to fetch. So I am taking front end. Okay, add metric source. Now it's a retrieving, add metric. Domain I need to select. I select Java. Name. Now I wanted to have a something. So let's take it in a space. Then we have this metric. collection user threshold, collection user threshold count, collection user threshold count exceeded, name, peak users, user threshold, all these metrics we have. Okay, so let's take in collection user threshold count. Okay, this is a metric. Dimension, average, aggregation you take, sum, count, and save changes. So what is the metric name? Collection count. Count, a hyphen you can give. This is custom. Just I am for naming, okay? So I have given the custom. This is the custom. Save changes. Okay, so this is available. Now copy this. Go to metric. Yeah, data explorer. Filter this. Let's wait for to reflect. Still not yet. Just wait for a few minutes. For reflection also we need to take a time. Yeah, I need to add to extension. I forgot custom extension. Oh, I have not added to extension. Wait. Okay, Apache will take anyone. To take meta space, what is coming? Okay. Collection user threshold count. Okay. Save. You need to click on add extension. That I forget. Now see it is adding here. See, it is getting added. It's still getting added. If you have the data, we can see. There is no data right now. We can take a count. It still is getting added. So you can see it is saying now. Extension, custom JMX, easy travel. We have configured extension in easy travel, metric collection user threshold. So based on that, you can create a custom matrix based on your technology. Okay. So once it is connecting to process, it will take time to fetch all the information, 60 minutes. So it will take 10 minutes, 15, all those fetching the information. But this is the way you can create a custom matrix. Okay. Second way, how you can upload a plugins, all those things. Plugins, you can go to that new technology. You can see if it is a one agent level, then go here and upload the plugins. Okay. If I go to, if it is a active gate level, then go here and upload that plugin. Okay. Okay, so let me just give me a minute. Let me stop sharing. Just a minute. Let me find one plugin. You're able to understand, right? All are silent.
Get it. Got the
See,
concept.
these are the custom part, okay? Very difficult to understand, digest, okay? And rarely people will know. We have plugins, custom metrics, how to develop collector programs, all those things, okay? So,
Until unless we create by our own, then it's difficult to digest, right?
Right.
so we have a Tomcat, right?
Shall we create one more extension, Deepak?
Yeah, sure. Just a minute. Let me find some plugins that we developed long back. Okay. I'm taking only one agent level. So we have one for Tomcat. We have for one SQL server, but activate. Okay, I'll put it in the chat what are the plugins we have, so you guys can use it in your future if you have that technology. Okay. This for Citrix virtual apps. This is for IBM message queue. Okay. Okay, so now let me
Deepak, I need your help.
okay.
Actually, I was working on IBM MQ. The monitoring is like happening from ActiveGate extension till now, but due to some network issues, we are unable to connect to the queue manager from the gateway. Okay. If I go from one agent extension, do I need to modify anything from in the MQ side? Any configurations, or directly load one agent extension and it will work?
So on because that IBM MQ plugin, it will work on ActiveGate. Okay. So you need to understand that how the flow is happening. It is allowing or not. Somewhere it is blocking or something. Okay. You need to understand.
ActiveGate is blocked. Actually, there is no network. The 141 port is blocked. So I don't want to depend on the ActiveGate. So I just want to upload the extension, IBM extension in the one agent side. Will not have any network issue. So once I upload this extension, do I need to modify in the MQ end any library path? Because when I go to the documents in the reference, need to modify some library path or something. So I'm not sure.
Maybe you need to check it. I have that IBM. Just let me, because IBM it will work on ActiveGate. So let's upload some extension. I'll show you. So I have okay. So GMX Tomcat, it is on my one agent plugins. So it is uploaded successfully. So you can see now it is uploaded. So where I need to go? I need to go to that again, monitor technology, custom extension, and I have uploaded this one, GMX, right? So if you click here and you can metrics, we have this one, this two. So let's check it whether this capturing or not. Still it is connecting to the process. Just wait for the BG thread point. So if I go to my data explorer, I'll give you my that plugin also. You try, okay? Sometimes it may work. No, it is not capturing.
Which one, Deepak?
Okay, I'll upload all the plugins in the chat. So you can IBM MQ, all those things. So this is for IBM MQ Java.
It's a production environment, so I cannot test anything. So if I'm confident,
You try in your little bit on your non-production environment. Yeah, some of the trial environment you take and you try to upload some IBM, and then you try to do that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You compare with your plugin and this plugin. Okay. So, you get it. Because this is the plugin that we developed. This is a long back. Okay. Like now we are using Kafka and all. So this is a Citrix. Okay, some people are using on Citrix and all. They can use it. Okay, this is for MySQL. People are using some MySQL. You can use this plugin. Okay, then we have which one? JMX plugin. So these are the plugins we have. You can a lot of plugins for SAP, all those things, because you know, right? Dynatrace does not support proper way in SAP. So we need to all those things. We need to develop a plugins, all those things. So we do have that. So now let's test it. We get any metric or something. See, we got the data. It is working. Correct? Say yes, and so
Yeah.
we'll go with another matrix. Because this EGTAL also running on JMX, that Apache. So that is the JMX Tomcat. So now we'll go with another matrix, request count. So we'll go to that Smart Data Explorer. When you click on this matrix, now you can see that request count, it will show that it is taken from the JMX. You can see here extension take JMX Tomcat matrix request count. Okay, it will take that split by process PID and then run it. This also I'm getting. So if I filter with top list, see, I'm getting it. So sometimes you need to develop a plugin, understand it, digest it. It takes time because a lot of development work. You need to go check with development team, sit with them, work with them. Then you can able to reach to some position, and that required 1 month of work, right? Developing. So this is the way you can develop. Okay, go ahead. So there is some plugins you run on ActiveGate, some plugins run on one agent. So GMX plugin, why? Because GMX is running on all in applications. So we need a one agent plugin. So directly you can go and upload it. Okay, if it is an ActiveGate, then what you need to do is I need to go to setting page. I have suppose Python plugin, right? It is running on ActiveGate. So I need to go to that monitoring overview. Monitor technology, add new technology, add ActiveGate extension, and here you suppose another plugins we have installed IBM-DT. I can upload it here. So it got uploaded. Now I need to go to that monitor technology, custom extension. See, IBM-MQ uploaded in ActiveGate. Now you see, click on here. Click on matrix. You can see these are the metrics you are doing on committed message, time short, status. So many metrics you have. Percentage Q depth, open output depth. Then you have this one instance and input get. A metrics you are fetching chicken now.
Sorry, Deepak.
So these are the metrics we have. Okay. So if you search it a little bit like uncommitted message, you go to this and go to Data Explorer. Control B. You can see uncommitted message. Split by custom device queue. Nothing because we don't have, so you cannot get. So that way you can do. You don't have, but that is the reason you don't. But once you have that, surely you'll get it. You try with this plugin. I'm damn sure. Any plugin has an issue, right? While uploading itself, it throw an error. Okay. Any plugin has an issue, and then it's while throwing itself, it will show error. So you can download, you can log into this, and once you log in, click on this extension IPM-MQ and download this. So you need to give, I need to give that configuration, endpoint name, username, password, all those things, and then you can add that endpoint. I have not added. You need to add that endpoint. So you can download the extension. Okay. Somebody told, right? One more time that custom metrics config. How you can do it, right?
Suppose I want to monitor a file under some directory. Can we create a custom metric, like how to create that?
No, that you need to develop. You want to monitor the file, right? And file size goes to 80% or 90%, right? Then you want to do something like that. So you need to develop. This kind of scenario, right? You need to develop. You cannot do it directly. So here you can do little bit like on the technology level. So suppose this is giving custom, giving the name. Okay, add metric. Here you can work on technology. So I took this. And so now let's add something called Java language. We have taken by Tomcat. So what metrics you get? So you select J2. One by one, you can select which I am looking for. Type if you select. And just will take that memory, right? The heap memory of those things so that we can understand J2 do our application. Host, no. Web module, no. Worker, no. So this way will not work. Java, we take Java line. Right. See, I need memory. So you wanted to have a garbage collection, you can select this. You'll get this collection count, collection time. Okay. Then I wanted to have memory. And what memory? Object pending finalization count. These are customized. Okay, you cannot get it in there. So let's take it this one. And you save it. Object memory finalization. Maybe we'll get the data. Browse save and extension. So something like you cannot get it and you wanted to have that. Something on the JVM level, that kind of you can do that through this. So some of that it will help you from Data Explorer, this through JMX PMI extension, but something will not help you also. Just wait, I still not yet saved. So it will take time. Fetch the data. So that way you can create a metric. Still it is not yet saved. Somebody try that. You go to that custom and then you go to that metric and you can monitor the environment in infrastructure only mode. Yes, and monitor this environment. Go to metric, still it is not yet saved. It is getting saved. So that way you can do. Okay, clear?
You have a question
now. Okay.
Yeah, so if we don't have like privileges to go into settings, how do you post metrics, into Dynatrace?
If you don't have privilege to go to setting page, you do not have access to configure anything. Okay, means you are not a Dynatrace admin. You are a user of Dynatrace. Using the Dynatrace. Okay, so you don't have rights. So make sure that you should have all the permission to configure, upload, create everything, right? So there is a different types of permission. If you go here, account setting, identity management, user management. When you are giving anyone the user, we have a different types of permission. You are account manager, you are account viewer, you are component data admin, you are deployment admin, you are a finance admin, you are a log viewer, you are a monitoring admin, you are monitoring viewer, you are security admin. Okay, so make sure that you are part of monitoring admin part. So admin can do most of the things. Okay. Then admin cannot do logs also. So you need to have a log access. Then because of some of the country, right, you have some restriction. If you consider about Europe, Europe has a GDPR restriction, right? So you cannot see their production data, right? Yeah, you can configure that. So some of the things they have a rights, you are not allowed to see or something that log files, then you will not have. Some of the applications you are allowed, then you can give that permission. Okay, so based on that user, we used to provide a permission. You can configure that the permission on your requirement also. So you can create a group. Yesterday we discussed, you can create a little bit on the group side. Just start changing. You can create a group. So I have created Easy Travel group yesterday. Okay, and you are part of that management one. I can provide you that admin, that group access. Okay, so a lot of things you can do that. You can create your own policy. You can define your own policy based on your organization, and you can work accordingly. Okay.
Sir, can you go to the user management? So one of my other counterpart in the client, they are using synthetic monitoring. I just requested them to give the read-only access to view the synthetic all the applications. So which access I have to ask them, like monitoring overview alone?
So only you should have a monitoring viewer access.
Viewer, right? Yeah. So
So
last.
This viewer access can see the monitoring, whichever is configured. They can see the data, but they have no rights to modify, edit, change the threshold value, delete something. No, create something. Only viewer access.
Yeah, I will ask. Last Friday only I sent an email to them just requesting. So I will ask them to add to that user. Yeah, thank you.
Did I answer your questions, Christian?
Yes, you did. I have just one more question. Just a follow-up with what he just asked. So with synthetic monitoring, right? Which one do you I mean, from your years of experience, which one is normally used?
Both. We have two types of synthetic monitoring. One is browser-based, one is HTTP. Okay, so when you wanted to have, suppose you have 100 of application. Okay, you wanted to have a synthetic monitoring. Damn sure that we'll have 100 HTTP, but we'll have a 20-30 browser, because browser required more license and HTTP compared to HTTP, and browser we are doing is end-to-end. So browser has a more capability, more strength to do some capture, content validation, customization. When suppose I wanted to have monitor this page, when this assign, this is the suppose this is the incident queue will become a 5,000, then I'll capture it. Okay, so I can define that. So we can write a JavaScript scenario. Once this got 1,000 or 5,000, then I'll capture the information and then it's in. So browser has a lot of additional features. Okay, you can customize. HTTP is just like an endpoint monitoring with a response validation, with authentication, or with client certificate. All those things you can do that. So HTTP also useful, but in case of HTTP, suppose you have 100 applications, so 100 HTTP you should have, but browser will have only 30, 35, 40 chances. Okay, because browser required more license. 1:10. If it is a $1 for Easy Travel, HTTP, then $10 for browser. Okay, we'll discuss about licensing, retention policy, everything. But as of now, just to understand, 1:10.
Okay.
Okay. Got it?
Yes, thanks.
So now we'll see that monitoring technology, custom extension, what are them added. So we'll see metric, object, pending finalization. Once I will go for pending state, then only will get right. See Some of the data we got. See, we are getting. Hey, counting. There is any data? I can see the data. You can see. So you see, right? It is working.
Yeah.
So like this, you can filter with process, complete name, which name you are looking for. I'm looking for this front end dot jar. Then you can filter with. You wanted to have a PID also, which is a PID. Then you can take it. So this is filter by it is not working. Yeah, you can filter like this. You cannot add multiple filter. So like this, you can get it. You can filter. Title you can give. So title is object pending finalization. How simple I am doing it doesn't mean that you will get same thing. It is very simple in your organization. It will be complicated. Requirement will be complicated, but this is the way you can do it. Okay. Because it's a dummy application, dummy environment, I'm doing left, right. But when you go for a production, you make sure that you are doing proper application, proper process, proper things you are selecting. Yeah, you can do your dashboard. Done. So this way you can create all the custom part. Okay. Now let's take a lunch break. Okay. And we'll meet at 1:40. Is that fine? Because 1:40 to 5, and then 10-20 minutes break, and then till 8 o'clock we can do. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Guys, say yes, no.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
145 will come.
Yes.
Yeah, 1:45 will connect. Okay. We'll go for a lunch or whatever. Yeah.
Sure.
Now we'll discuss about reports. There will be questions in the interview. So those are preparing for an interview. Yeah, all those things. Make sure that looking for certification. So Dynatrace provides two types of report. Okay, one is availability report. Availability report. Okay. And second one is service quality. Anyone have idea? Shrikant, yeah, Shrikant, I think both you are working on Dynatrace, right? Do you have any idea?
Not exactly. No.
Okay. Okay, so Dynatrace provide two types of report. One is availability report and one is service quality. Okay, first two types of availability report only for synthetic browser based. Synthetic browser based. We'll discuss like what are the in the report, what kind of data would be, but availability report provides synthetic only browser based, not HTTP. Okay. Somebody asked, can we get a report for HTTP monitoring? You can, yeah, you can do that, but we need to get a dashboard and we need to subscribe on it. That's it. Either weekly or monthly basis, but that Dynatrace does provide that default report. Default report does not have HTTP monitoring. Only browser-based monitoring we have for availability. Okay. One, we have a service quality report. So service quality report will give the data of application that we have configured yesterday, right? Web application, infrastructure, and service. Okay. This three things, like when you go to the Dynatrace portal, right? Service tab, you will go, you can see lot of service like login service, journey service, authentication service, right? Verification service, that service, infrastructure, and application that we have gone through. So there are two types of. Okay. Second thing, we cannot customize the report. Cannot customize the report. Can't customize that on Dynatrace. Like some other tools, if you are working, you have seen that you can create a report based on your requirement, your understanding, right? And you can schedule as a with the help of some email ID or something. So every day, every Monday, every week, people can get a notification with PDF something, right? We cannot do. Okay. We can't do that because Dynatrace does not provide to have a customized report. But for that, so that is a parallel what you can do. You can create a dashboard and you can subscribe weekly level or monthly level. If you wanted to have a daily level, that is also possible. Okay. So if in the interview, if anyone asks, okay, can we customize the report in Dynatrace? You can say no. Dynatrace does not provide that flexibility to have a customized report. Dynatrace provides only two kinds of report. One is service quality report, one is availability report. Availability report provides only synthetic browser-based monitoring configurations report and their data and report. And service quality report provide only for application, infrastructure, and service. There is no customization. If you wanted to have a customization, like you can customize based on understanding, you can schedule for notification for every 24 hours, every 36 hours, something like that. Then what you need to do is you need to integrate Dynatrace with Grafana. Yeah, any kind of other tools. The best is Grafana. Shall I erase it?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you need to do is you need to integrate Dynatrace with Grafana. Grafana has to go only enterprise, not like open source. Grafana enterprise means paid one. Okay. Grafana enterprise. Once you have integration established Dynatrace with Grafana, then you can create a report and schedule a report. Create a report and schedule a report. Okay, you can give this kind of answers. Okay, hope it is clear.
So
Now
this,
we'll see. Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I was saying that when we integrate Grafana with Advanced Dynatrace, so this is for the manual customization report, right?
Yeah. So as per your requirement, you can customize your report because Dynatrace has not there is no capability in Dynatrace. You can customize your report from your end. Okay, like I wanted to have this data, this metric, that metric, right? You cannot do that. Okay. So whatever that Dynatrace inbuilt that provides, that you need to accept it. If you don't want to accept that one, then you must have to integrate Dynatrace with Grafana Enterprise or some, and then you can create a customized report based on your requirement.
So the difference between
Answer your questions.
so the difference between that subscribe in Dynatrace, we don't be able to customize the report, right? If we subscribe that also.
Yeah, so if you subscribe, so Dynatrace report we have, right? So if you go to that, let me discuss, then you will get more clarity. So we have created a dashboard, right?
Yeah.
So this dashboard I have created. There is an option you can subscribe. Okay. Weekly or monthly, but you wanted to have every 24 hours. Then what you can do? You cannot do that. Okay. Then in that case, what you need to do? you must have to integrate Dynatrace with some other visualization tool. Like you heard about that Tableau, yeah, all those things. This kind of Grafana, these are that Kibana, these are the visualization tools. You can push your data to visualize other visualization tool like Tableau, Collections, Grafana, that Microsoft also we have, right? That visualization tool, what we call?
Not one that is.
Do anyone remember?
Azure.
No, Microsoft has some visualization tool, right? Power something, what we call it? I don't remember. So that visualization tool with the help of API, all those things, you need to push it there, you need to integrate it. There are a lot of customization, create rules, all those things, and then you can publish the report. It's very customized.
It's a Power
Most of the
BI.
company don't do it. They are not giving you.
Power
Okay,
BI,
but most
right?
which
Power
one?
BI, right? Microsoft.
Power BI. Power BI. So Power BI. These are things you can visualize that. Okay, so from the here to there. Okay, so you are shipping your data from one source to another source and another source, and there you are visualizing. So for shipping, there are a lot of scripting, query, method, procedures are required. Some of the tools, like I'm talking about Dynatrace Grafana, they provide that plugin. So once you have that plugin, integration is established, then you can create a dashboard. All this is a little bit easy compared to Power BI or something. If you do some Power BI integration, something, no, based on the API, okay, you need to have for each metric you have one API. Okay, so it's very difficult to do that. So people used to, those are preferring, right, to have that visualization, all those things from the Dynatrace, because Dynatrace is good for dashboard visualization, and even though they provide weekly and monthly report, that is fine, acceptable, and even that they have inbuilt report also. So most of the company don't prefer it. If some of the companies they are preferring, then what you can do, you can integrate Dynatrace into Grafana. Okay. So let's go to that report now. So you see here, I think report not yet generated. Still we have 1 day. It will, okay, it will generate on. So every Sunday, every week Sunday, midnight, reports gets generated. Okay. Reports gets generated. Okay. Every Sunday midnight, report gets generated. So either you subscribe weekly or monthly, whichever report generate weekly, every Sunday midnight that report will get generated. So when you log in on Monday, you can have a report in your email if you subscribe. Okay.
I have a question.
Now yeah.
So, which visualization tool is more people kind of mostly use? Is it Grafana or?
Grafana. So if you see, yeah, go ahead.
So why do people use Grafana? Sorry.
Okay. So Dynatrace and Grafana, we have a plugin. Okay. So if you see here, Dynatrace, Grafana, Interface. We have Dynatrace plugin for Grafana. So we can use Grafana as a visualization tool. So you can use data source as a Dynatrace and you can visualize. So there is an integration already. We have the plugins, all those things, and you can utilize it. Okay. So you can use and you can utilize it. Okay. And you can create a lot of dashboard. Okay. But when you talk about that Power BI, yeah, Kibana, okay, we don't have proper integration. So what you want to do is you need to create, suppose, one metric, right? So you need to have an API. Through help of API, right? You are shipping that metric from one source to another source, right? So what you need to do is like, so we have some API available for that, then it is fine. Otherwise, Dynatrace has some API, right? Get API. So where you can get all the metrics, correct? If you have worked on Postman, get API. Okay, so little bit that is called cost. So what you need to do is you are getting all the metrics. Now all the metrics are available in the JSON format. Correct? Say yes or no. All the metrics you are getting. Now this metric you wanted to push. Okay, so what you need to do? You need to create a data source somewhere. Data source you need to create. Then you need to create their subscription. Then, so once you create a, based on this JSON file that you got it to the GET API for metric API, you need to create a data source based on that, and we need to create a subscription from this. So it will fetch this data source created and this subscription, and you need to write some program. So every 5 minutes, yeah, every 10 minutes, that it will go to that this API and it will fetch the data, rearrange it proper, and then it will go to the here. Then you can visualize it. Okay, so a little bit difficult. That is called very difficult to do that. A lot of development effort is required. So people does not. This is very complicated for every metric you need to do that. Okay, data source, subscription, all those things. It's very difficult. So people used to support. I used to go for Grafana because for that only the Grafana has developed. One third party has developed that this plugin and then sold it to Grafana. So it is a paid version. So only Grafana enterprises are using it. For them, plugin is free. If you are using open source as a Grafana, then you need to buy this plugin. Okay. Clear?
Yeah, so if let's say we have like multiple dashboards in the Dynatrace, so and then we have the plugins, right? So we did the plugin from Grafana, from Dynatrace to Grafana. So do we post all the dashboards at once, or we have to make like
dashboard?
API
We are
calls?
not posting. We are creating a data source as a Dynatrace. So when you have a Grafana installed, then we are taking the Dynatrace as a data source. Whatever Dynatrace has a metric, right? That will be visualized in Grafana. Okay, so then you take that metric, filter the data, create a dashboard, and then whatever that report or something, whichever you want to do, you can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yes. That's fine.
Okay. So now let's see that report. Okay. So now if you go to that report page, report not yet generated. So not yet generated. So you can log in tomorrow also, you can see that. But I will show you that from the documentation. What kind of data you can see. Dashboard report. This is the API, right? You can take that API, you do a lot of things, you can do that. So report. There's two types of report. One is service quality, right? So service, I'm pinging this link. You can open from your in as well. This is service quality and this is availability. Okay. So now if you go to that service quality report, so Dynatrace menu, go to report, we went because report is not the same. It provides three kinds of data. One is you can see that a score they'll give. So based on that AppDex rating you have heard, right? Yesterday we discussed about the AppDex rating. If your what we called is your AppDex rating is 0.0.5, then it is like unacceptable, fair, poor, something like that, right? So same way, Dynatrace also provides a score of this 1 week. Take a duration of 1 week, and Dynatrace has a artificial intelligence. Based on that, their AI, they check all that criteria, whatever the criteria they have mentioned in the AI, and they based on that they provide some score for individual, for application, service, and infrastructure, and overall they will combine for average and they will use the overall Dynatrace score. Okay, so it will not for one application, for all the applications. Okay, so if you go to that. So what are things it will calculate? So how this application score get calculated? Okay. So application scores are based on the AppDex rating. You can see based on the abduct rating. In brief, application is for average of your application abduct value and the percentage of user actions that are not affected by problem. So based on that, it will give you the application scores. Service quality score, it will give you that the score represent the percentage of service calls that were successful. How many percentage of service calls, how much percent of service calls that were successful and unaffected by problems. Okay, that will give you that service score. And we have infrastructure score. Infrastructure score will calculate the score the percentage of host time during which no problem were encountered. There is no problem whatsoever. Based on that, they provide you that infrastructure scores. Okay, see chronometric hour 5 points, so that is the score is 94 out of 100. So based on that, it will calculate and it will give you that score. Okay, so that way it will give you that score. You can once a report gets generated tomorrow morning somewhere, you log in and check it. What are the information there? You can subscribe this service quality and availability on weekly basis and monthly basis. Okay, so this is service quality report. And if you go to that availability report it will give you based on there is no so browser so based on the browser monitoring, you can see here, right? So based on the synthetic monitoring they used to provide. Okay, there is no screenshot, but you can see that understand that response, what was the average response, what was the total down that one application, right? If you take that one synthetic application, like last 7 days, total downtime, how many hours were down? Okay, so if you see synthetic, so individual it will be. We have a browser 1 and 2, so 2 report get generated for synthetic for availability. Okay, so for this it will give you that complete 1 week information, and this will give you the complete 1 week information. Okay, like what we call it will show you that let me 1 second, let me take some screenshot also. Just a minute. Let me find something. Okay, so let me share my screen. You can see, right? This is for easy travel booking application. Okay,
Yes.
what is the availability? Okay, what is that performance for last 1 week? Okay, then if you wanted to have, this is the full month data. So you wanted to have August week. Okay, so this is the last week. This week did not generate. If you wanted to have this, you can see 91% for 22 August to 20th. Availability, so 9% was not. 22 times that outage was happened. What was the total downtime in your application? 15 hours, 52 minutes. 6K synthetic monitoring runs. Slowest day was 25th Thursday. There is no change. Which location we are hitting that? Okay, so these are this information. Now see outage by location. We are hitting from Dublin, Mumbai, and Warsaw. So when it was down, all those things will give you that. Whichever it is there, it is not mirrored with that synthetic URL was down. Okay, what was the issue? Sometimes HTML element could not found. Sometimes text matches. Yesterday we did try text match. Hope you remember, we are validating that response in HTTP monitoring, right? We are doing that text match, right? We kept that something called once it is fail, if you see this one, all those things, connection
Yeah.
timeout will happen, something. So whichever that issue was occurred, right? So how many times was occurred? 240 times, 7 hours was issue on the payment page. So you are reducing your, it will reduce your application revenue because people are not able to perform the payment. Is what happened? What will happen? They cannot book the ticket. So you are reducing their performance revenue. Okay. So these are the gateway timeout, something HTML cannot find, something in the search destination, something they're trying to search somewhere they wanted to go, but they're not able to find something. So these are the location we have configured. So it was issue. So Dublin, this one, performance they are giving. Then they are giving the availability for every June 30, every, you can see, right? From 22, whatever the performance trend. So this will get generated when you subscribe. Like subscribe weekly or subscribe monthly. Even you can share. So anyone with this link, you can access. Even you also try, you can access. Why? Because this is anonymous. It is clear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please, can you just give like an overview of the reports again?
Okay, you see that. Overview of reports is what? That report gets generated, right? So once you see this, once you hit this, there is no sign in the file, and you can get it, right? So this will give you that availability, application availability, uptime availability, right? Synthetic, what will give you that? Application availability. So 91 out of 100%, 91% was application was available. What was the response to average for last was 18.93 seconds. How 22 outage was happened. 15 hours, 52 minutes, around 16 hours was the application was done. 6K synthetic monitor runs in the 1 week time. Which location was the lowest? Mumbai. The lowest day when it was 25th August. Any performance violation because of change? No. Then outage by geolocation. So Dublin, Mumbai, something you can see. So this area for Dublin, this area for Mumbai, this area for Warsaw. What was the reason to have this outage? Sometimes people cannot perform the payment pay. Sometimes whatever the validating text match we have given, it was not happening. Because of that reason, 4 hours, 40 minutes it was done. 153 days was occurs. 7 hours it was done because of this region. All those things will calculate, then it will go for a 15 hours, 52 minutes. This was the issue. This was the top finding issue. Because of this issue, it was issue what occurred. This was the location. So Dublin, 12.21 maximum response. Warsaw, 16 seconds maximum it took. Mumbai, 28 seconds. Availability, you can see the trend. 6 June, it was available for 90, 16, 13 to 19, 94, 20 to 26, 94. So from, you can compare that, right? From last week to this week. So 15 was 94, this week was 91. So from last week to this week was reduced. It is we are going in down to earth, not up. Okay, so that way you can understand that application. Synthetic applications performance for each. This is for each subscription, each synthetic monitoring. If you have another synthetic, you'll get another report. You have another synthetic, you'll get another report. Suppose you have 20 synthetic, you'll get a 20 report. That is only for browser, not for HTTP. Okay. Even though you can generate an anonymous user link, so you can send to MT or somewhere who wanted to see the report. Okay. But you cannot save as a PDF or something. You cannot do that. You need to save as a web page or HTML only. You cannot save as a PDF or something. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So this total downtime, is that the same thing as the latency?
Which one? Total downtime, this one?
Yeah, is it the same time? Is it the same thing as the latency? You know, the time it takes the server to, you know, just like
No.
latency.
No. This is not a latency. This is what your application was done. Because you have
Okay.
configured a browser-based monitoring from end to end, from login to log out. So what you need to do, you need to log in, then you need to search. Once you have logged in, you are searching some item, then you are adding an item into cart, then you are proceeding with your delivery, with the delivery detail, then you are proceeding with payment detail. When you go to the payment page is not happening. Have you seen that, right? When you buying a product, something, okay, when you go to the payment page, payment got failed. It is not coming up. That service was down, right? So that was the reason. So people are not able to perform that payment page. So this is the reason. When you click on payment, nothing is happening. Okay, because payment service is not available. Then somebody trying to match that credit card and you are trying to submit, it is not happening. Means credit card service was down. Okay, somewhere it will have the timeout issue. When you hit this URL, we have a timeout issue. So like that, we have multiple issues. This is the top finding they have given that for 1 week. So you try to fix a payment page, like you are buying that API, right? Through Ledger Pay or some Verizon or something, right? Visa, anything, right? You are buying that payment pay subscription, right? And you are adding in your account, right? Application, right? So when you go to there, from their end, it is an issue. So you need to work on it, or something from your end, or their end, you need to understand, and then you need to resolve the problem. So when synthetic user is the mimic of real user, right? So when you used to perform with some user and trying to book a ticket, they understood that payment pay is not there. Clear?
Yes. So if I want to check like the latency of an application, how do I check that?
Latency of the application, you can understand, right? You can see maximum it took 18.93 seconds. Okay, maximum. Okay, total average. But you can see from this latency, Dublin it took maximum 12.21. Warsaw it's 16 seconds and Mumbai 28 seconds. Now you wanted to have for individual hour or something, then you need, because this is giving a 1 week report, right? So they're taking the complete 1 week from all and it is giving the average. Okay, but when you want to have a specific for hour or minute or something, then you need to go to that synthetic monitoring and then you can understand the latency from here. Like you go to synthetic and go to browser and you wanted to have the latency. So you can see this is for, you can see how much is taking loading, 1.94 second, right? Graph you can see. Now you want to analyze the performance. So you can see analyzing it, 94 second load. How much time is taking? 1.94 second for easy travel from private location. Got it?
Okay. Yes.
So you need to say that what you wanted to have, like all those metrics we have that. Okay. So processing time, how much is taking? See 0.78 second. Then processing, then the start, end, redirect, response time, how much it is. See. So like this, you can understand and you can create, okay? Not like you can report will give that every 1 week information, right? And overall it is taking 1.9%. So you see that there is, you are giving the analysis range. You try from here to here and here to here. See, if you want to have, so you wanted to analyze from here to here, then you can do like this. When you want to analyze, you can do that, okay? And you have a lot of metrics based on the error. You want to align, you want to location based on that. Error code, you have something, a split by any event, yeah, any error code you wanted to do. You can customize and you can do that. So there is, I have not discussed about performance engineering yet, how you can deep dive that root cause, all those things. Okay, let me finish first the topics. There's so many topics has to be covered. Still, we are in progress. Okay, shall I move to another topic?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, let's discuss about the license. Okay, license is very crucial. Understand license itself, it will take time to digest. So Dynatrace provide different types of license. Okay. One is, so they have divided in category. One is host unit. First is host unit. Second is DEM unit. Third is log monitoring. Fourth is DDU. DDU, that is called Davis Data Unit. Fifth one is on security level, right? Security level license. Okay. This 5 types of license we have. Fifth one, let me check. What license we have. You can go to here, account setting. And license. So we have, okay, so in trial version, we have host unit, DEM, synthetic, they have segregated, and Davis data unit. Okay. So now, since the session, this and this will come combined together. Okay. Session and synthetic and Davis. Okay. Now, and we have some security level also in the enterprise. When we go for the enterprise, convert to the license, then you can see that there is a security level also. Okay? If anybody has access, you go and check it. So how that host unit will get consumed? Anyone have any kind of idea?
What, Deepak?
Nobody has any idea?
Can you repeat once again, Deepak?
How that host unit license will get calculated? Suppose I said I want to implement Dynatrace for my application for 5 servers. Okay, one application running on 5 servers. So I wanted to have full stack monitoring. Just as said, what kind of license is required?
So it depends on the monitoring type and the RAM what we use in the server.
Yeah, so I told monitoring type should be full stack monitoring. So I want to suggest to my customer. Customer doesn't know. They don't know, right? They said I want to monitor my application. Okay, complete full stack. So my application is running on 5 server. So how many hosts need to be required? So based on that, what you need to do? So Dynatrace host. Oh, sorry, got erased by mistake. So Dynatrace will calculate host unit based on RAM capacity. Based on RAM capacity. Suppose 16 GB RAM is equal to, we have called one host unit. Okay. Suppose I have a 5 server example, right? I have 5 server and every 5 server has 8 GB of RAM. Okay. So 5 cross 8, how many GB it will happen? 40 GB, right? So 40 GB RAM, how many host units is required? 2.5. So 40 divided by 16, right? How much it would be?
Yeah.
2.5 something. 2 host unit. So host unit license, when you have host unit license, what you can see, configure. You can configure with the help of only host unit license, you can configure Dynatrace 1 agent as a full stack mode. That's it. Means full stack mode, what it will be visible?
Application and infra both.
So infra plus service. So infra has CPU, memory, disk, process, NIC, and plus service. Even you can't create a web application that yesterday we have created, right? And we are checking the user session, user journey, all those things. That also you can't do that. Clear? Any doubt to understand? Okay.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, so make sure that when they said that to the stack license we have, so they have only host unit license. They said, then you cannot configure with, you cannot configure synthetic, you cannot configure a web application. You can't do that. Okay, we have only host unit licenses. You can just install Dynatrace on the stack. That's it. Clear? Those are preparing for interview, note it down, okay? Many times people will get failed on licensing part.
If it has the 50 GB RAM one server, then definitely it will be like 3 point something of
Yeah,
host unit, right?
correct, correct.
Even though it is the 0.1 also, they will calculate as a license.
Calculate the license. So what is happening is now our system by default with the company, they are providing a 16 GB of RAM. Do you think so? To run a good application, it requires 16 GB RAM. It will go either 32 or 64 GB of RAM. So one server itself consumes 2 GB, 2 host unit or 4 host unit. Okay. If 2 host unit, you know, one host unit cost is how much? Nobody.
Yeah, 2 host and 4 host.
2 host unit, not 4 host.
32 GB RAM. Okay.
Dynatrace pricing you. Full stack monitoring, if you go see here, $74 is for 8 GB. Okay. So if it is a 16 GB means $150.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, yeah, no.
Yes.
So $150 per month for 16 GB RAM. So if you have 64 GB RAM, if you have that application has a 64 GB of RAM, then how much is required? 74 cross 8? Because 8 GB of RAM is equal to 64. So you can 74 cross 8.
590.
How much it would be? $600, including tax, you take $600.
Right.
For one server, only for hosting. Talk about DM, talk about logs. Those are using Dynatrace. That customer don't think that the customer doesn't have money. They have full of money. You don't see, if you see the Dynatrace price contract, yeah, something. I have seen $5 lakh per month, $6 lakh per month. That level of license they are paying. Okay, this is too much. Okay, okay. So it is very huge cost. Okay, is involved. Okay, so this is called your hosting. How you can calculate. Okay, clear? We'll move to them.
Yes. Yeah.
So you can see here also. If you go to that more about full stack monitoring, what are things you can see? You see full stack. What you can see. That's it. So. Okay, we'll discuss. Okay, now let's go to DEM unit. Now we have DEM units. Okay. DEM stand for
Digital experience monitor.
digital experience monitoring. Okay, digital experience monitoring. So DEM has synthetic for HTTP. Second, synthetic for browser. Third, user session with session replay. I have not discussed about session replay. I will discuss right away. Fourth, user session without session replay. Did anyone hear about session replay? Without session replay. Okay. Then user action also. Let me check. Even I will probably know a lot of things. Dynatrace conjunction. DEM. So we have synthetic action, synthetic request, user session with without session, with session, and we have session property and action property. Okay. We have session property and action property. Okay. So you can see for synthetic, for browser base, browser click path we did, right? It is required 1 DEM. So how it get calculated? Tell me how it get calculated. Suppose I have configured for 1 synthetic, right? We have configured 3 synthetic, right? Location from 1 to something. So how it get calculated? So what you need to do is you need to open a notepad. A very difficult Dynatrace licensing. You open a notepad, okay? Then copy this formula. Okay. So we have, so suppose I'm doing for HTTP. So 1 synthetic action, we are running from every 1 minute. Yeah, we are execution per hour we are running. So then in 1 hour, how many execution will happen? 4. Because we have configured for 15 minutes. Okay, look, we have frequency, right? Every 1 minute, every 15 minutes, every 1 hour. If it is every 1 hour, then you can put it 1. If it is like every minute, then you put it 60. Okay, are you getting my point?
Yes.
I'm seeing the message. My is heavy, can't hold on. We'll go through the playback video. Okay. Okay, now you tell me. So you understood, right? Here. So from how many locations we are hitting? If it is a 1 location, you can take a 1. If it is a 5 location, you take 5. If it is a 2 location, you take a 2. And 24 hours a day. So we are calculating for 1 day license right now. So 1 cross 60. Open a calculator. So how many? 1 into 60 if it is every 1 minute, then 2 location, then cross 2, then 24 hours, cross 24. Now 2880 action was happened. Okay, so 2080. So for browser HTTP is required how many DEM unit? Cross 0.1, right? You can see for synthetic, you can see for synthetic action how many DEM unit? HTTP 0.1. So cross 0.1. So 288 DEM unit it will consume for 1 day. Then for 1 year, how many? 365. Means 1,05,120, right? So this many DEM unit we required for single URL. Same way, you need to calculate for, if you calculate cross 1.0, then this many DEM unit. So when we are buying that license, right, we are buying in terms of million. You can see for license basic, they have given 30K. And 1 day we have for 2 synthetic, we have consumed, we have like 24 hours, 6.3K we have consumed out of 30K. Now remaining 24. So within 5 days it will get vanished. Correct? Only for 2-3 hours. Now we have, today I ran it for every 4 hours. Okay, got it? For synthetic. So that way we can calculate the license. Okay. So we have a synthetic. Then we have that is called application with session replay. Right? Without session replay and with session replay. So what will happen is when you go to that user session, let me go to my application Dynatrace and go to my web application. Somebody can generate a traffic on the application. I will give you that URL. Generate a traffic.
Okay.
People are sleeping or what?
Generating the traffic we are doing.
Okay. So generate the traffic. Say that. So once you see that, if you see here, edit, there is a concept is called session replay. So if you see, you can see we have a session replay. So if I enable this, you can enable opt mode in session replay. If you enable it, what will happen is just click button, slider should be right. Once you enable it, what will happen is whoever do the traffic on your that application, like Easy Travel, yeah, another your application, if you enable that, it will start capturing in that user information, that user session we have, right? Like people logged in, then went to this page, that page, you bought this one, did this one, right? Whatever they did it, right? It will capture in video mode. So you can understand where user is lagging from the end user side. So when you go to that retail side, right? People go to a retail application, right? When you see that, right? The application team, yeah, management, they want to know which area people are focusing on my application. Either they are buying a product, which product is very good, so they are buying a more customer. They are keep on adding in. So I should work on that area. If these are areas not people are coming, then I need to do some improvement, right? So those people whoever in the retail side, right? They used to wanted to see that user journey. But when you are buying or something and your credit card information, all the information, it will be masked. Okay, masked means it will not show anything. It will show a star. Okay? Even though we have a data privacy, what should be there, what should not be there. So let me enable it, okay? A Dynatrace trial license does not have this, but let me enable, at least I can see for one user. Somebody can generate a traffic.
Yeah.
Only one user it will
Generate.
allow. Okay, then you
Should
can
not
see there is a data privacy, okay? So data privacy, you can enable that, mask personal data in URL. So whatever data is there in the personal data in the URL, then it will get masked. Mask means star, 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 okay? So now if I goes to my Easy Travel, analyze user session. So you can see that live. So let me try this. Any of the user has a replay. Somebody has generated traffic. Only one user is allowed. Yeah. Generated, right? Okay, let me go to the session replay.
Generated traffic. Yeah.
No, enable session. The session was not recorded with this one. Okay, let's go to another user. With session replay, yes. No user. I think actually trial does not allow to have a session replay. Let me try any of the user. Actually, trial does not allow that. That I know. Let me check on cross validate.
I logged in as a user Abhinav and generated some traffic. Is it not able to see in the console?
I can see some traffic, but the problem is I wanted to see with session replay. Okay, so let's see. Wait. See, replay, it is there, no? It will tick here. Okay, replay that wow, that playback symbol is there, right? So it will show here. So see, this was there. Somebody has generated anonymous also, it is there, but it is not there. So once you see that, right, it will enable as a video mode. And you can see it from here. See, there is no user session for this. Okay, that is the reason it is not there. Okay, until now user has no ended with can change. Okay, so you can see here, right, timeline. So analysis, you can click on that. So whichever that they have done the transition, right, everything you can see in the whichever things they have did, right, you can see in the video mode once you have this. Okay, it will go to the documentation page, how to enable it, but we don't have license. Okay, so it will capture the video. If you click here, all the data here to here, you can understand where he clicked, what, but all the personal data will be masked. Okay, and otherwise you can go to the timeline and you can see this.
This,
Got it?
suppose we
So this
have
is
a number of users, many users,
every users it will show.
and we can check a user link.
So what you need to do is people used to log into your application with user ID, right? Okay, so we need to define the user tag. Okay, so if you see that application, because here we have by default that user is there, that is the region. But when you come that in your live, you need to define that user tag in your application setting, application edit, and you can see capture user tag. So something in the CSS selector, you need to add like how is that? It should be like ./name. Yeah, if it is there with ID, then you can give that ID. Something. So you need to check with development team. How to is there in the meta tag, we need to add some JavaScript variable I need to add for this. Then once you have added, then you can create that. So you can keep that ./name, something like this. So if it is there from the meta tag, then like you need to add that tag also. So whichever user is logged in within your application, instead of anonymous, you can see that user. So here we have that already user in the database. That is the reason it is showing. But when you have this, right, you need to, in the real time, you need to add this user tag. Then only, so if you go to the web, you go to the application and easy travel. If you analyze the user session, so you can see that some user we have anonymous, right? Last 24 hours. We have anonymous, right? So anonymous, it will not show, it will show as a user ID. Okay. So like this, you can do that. Okay. So session replay, it will not come. Why? Because we do not have license. Okay, so session replay, if you allow, yes, we do not have any user with session replay. Okay, so we have that plugin. Okay, when you have that session replay, and it will show here whichever user has the session replay. So suppose in this application you have enabled that easy trial application, you have enabled as a session replay. Each and every user it will show as a video. You can understand what is from which location, where user is facing issue. Yeah, from which sector user is most like it from my application. Are you getting my point? From the retail point of view, you need to think that business point of view now. So that is the reason now you can understand why people used to call application performance monitoring as somebody called application performance management. Are you now you understood?
Yes.
Okay, that is the reason from the management point, business point of view also you can see, and technology or working point of view also you can. That is the reason somebody called as a application performance monitoring tool, yeah, somebody called application performance management tool. Okay, so let's go back to our license page. Okay, so we have this many part for license. Let's go to that page. Where we have license. So we have user session per application without session replay and with session replay. If you enable as a with session replay, it will work as a video mode. That license is 1 dem unit. And if you work as a without, then it will cost as 0.25 dem unit. Then we have a session property 0.01 and 0.4 are same. And third party for synthetic result for API engines. Okay, when you are doing that, Christian was asked, right? Some API, all those things, right? For per metric, you need to do that, all those things, that also, it will consume 0.1. I told, right? You need to create a data source, you need to create a subscription. Then from that, you need to fetch the data, all those things. So for that, you need to, it will take a 0.10. Okay. So that is called dem unit license. Now we have a log. So log we have, so you can see that we talk about host unit, we talk about dem unit, we have security, we have a cloud automation, we have a database. Okay, so log we have, we need to buy a quota. So for log monitoring, we need to buy a quota. Okay, suppose you have 5 applications, 10 applications. Okay, 10 applications running on 50 hosts. Out of 50 hosts, 30 hosts you want to implement a log monitoring. So what you need to do? You need to, while installing agent, you need to allow that, right? Log monitoring. By default, it will be allowed. Okay, so you need to do that. Okay, Once you log monitoring enabled on 30 hosts you wanted to do, so there is a concept like suppose how many logs you want to store per day. So per day for 30 hosts, I am assuming a total log will be generated for a 3 GB. Okay. Then every month, how many GB? 90 GB. Correct. If you 3 GB per day, then for 30 days 90, then cross 365. How many GB? How many terabyte? Tell me guys. I need to calculate. All are sleeping. 90 cross 365. So total 32,850 GB. So how many terabyte? Okay, so this much GB is required. Okay. Oh, 1 month, right? 90 GB. So cross 12, right? 90 cross 12. 1080. This many GB is required for 1 year. For 1 year. Yeah, yes, yeah, no. So you need to buy a phone.
Yeah.
So this many GB is required for one. So 1 TB terabyte, right? 1000 GB is equal to 1 terabyte, right? So if it is done, 1 TB is required. Okay, so you can take that quota. Now suppose you start, that time you said that I wanted to store for 3 GB logs and retention you can take like store for 5 days, concurrent user, all those things, right? Now instead of that you start logging in for 6 GB per day. Then your license will consume in 6 minutes. Okay. Then in middle you need to add on. How that your mobile recharge, if we have 1.5 GB or 2 GB per day, right? And if you start watching some video or some movie, it will vanish within an hour. Correct? Then for remaining day, what you are doing? You are adding some top up. The same way you need to add some. Clear? People are there or what?
Yeah, it's clear that we need to.
Clear, Deepak, sir.
Okay. So now let's move to another license. We have DDU license, that is called Davis Data Unit. DDU license, that is called Davis Data Unit. Okay, and Davis Data Unit, how it will capture. Okay, so when whatever that custom methods that we are fetching, right? Yeah, plugins that we develop, right? So it will, yeah, any of the log monitoring, right? It will consume your license from the DDU only. Okay, so all the custom metrics we develop, right? We fetch it. Plugin, yeah, cloud,
Yeah.
like AW cloud monitoring, like we have metrics, right? Cloud monitoring. All those things it will fetch from your DDU license. If you have a DDU license, then only it will charge. So how Amazon is charging, you see. If you go to the Dynatrace, go to setting, then I will go to my where cloud AWS. How AWS is charging me? Amazon will charge for $0.01 per 1,000 metrics request from the CloudWatch API. Include the cost, the billing for the AWS account to use the Dynatrace. It will build in AWS. Okay, so AWS charging. Okay, so like this, and you need to buy so to check your usage, go to Davis Data. Okay, so how that it is happening, consumption is happening. Okay, If you see for metric, 44 DTU, 44.4 unit is consumed. So for metric now, or if you have log monitoring, you have a traces, you have a serverless, all those things will consume. So see, for EasyTowel prod subscription, we did right. For credentials, volumes, EC2, everything they're charging. For private location metrics, they are charging. So each and every metric that you are fetching, right, it is coming from the DDU license. And for that also you need to buy a quota for DDU. So how the DDU license price is, if you go to the Dynatrace pricing, where I can see that. Yeah. If you see Dynatrace pricing for DTU, right? Infrastructure monitoring, open injunction, where we have DTU.
Cloud is the DDU, right? Cloud
Which,
automation.
yeah. So this is your DDU license. Not this one, I think so. This is Davis unit, right? So this we have a $0.1 per cloud automation unit. So that pricing you need to sold in the package of 100K. So they need to, and you need to buy in annually it will build. So you need to buy that bundle 100K, 1000K, something based on that. Okay. So like this we have a licensing. So log we have, dem we have, postgre we have. This is enough. Security it started recently. Okay, like just this application security, right? It started recently. Vulnerability patching and all, right? How many server is vulnerable, all those things, right? What are the patches when you server is under risk, your application is under risk, any of the tool is under risk. Risk means we have latest patch, but we have not upgraded to latest version. Okay, so with that, it is required to upgrade all those things based on their functionality and feature. Then they will call either these are the server are vulnerable. Okay, for that detection, all those things, it will start charging $15 for again that RAM. Okay, it's very tricky that license. You see, same server you are installing the agent, and you have that you have this. You wanted to have another charge. Okay, for this vulnerability or detection, all those things. Okay, so that way you can understand your licensing part. So if you see this, we have CC. You can see third-party vulnerable. Still, it is in this is beta phase. Still, we have not enabled yet. If anyone to register your interest, application security, sign up here. You need to sign up all those things. Still, it is not yet in full-fledged. Still, it is in beta page. You need to sign in, and then you need to understand. You're like, I wanted to have this, all those things. I'm interested in this. Then they'll allow you for your account. Okay. See, these are things it will capture. So license part clear?
Yes, clear mostly.
Okay. Now we will go for another topic called data retention. There are so many topics I have to cover today. I'm not sure how many.
Deepak, I'm sorry, 2 minutes. Can you show again how we enable this session reply?
Session replay, you go to your application. Okay. And their application, just you click on that. Triple.edit. Then you go privacy and session replay, just you update.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So now I'm going for data retention policy. If I'm not unable to cover all the topic today, then can we have a session next week for 2-3 hours something?
Yes.
Yeah,
sure.
that's good for me. Yes.
Try for next Sunday if possible.
So yeah, Saturday, Sunday. Just
Yeah.
not more than that, 2 hours, 2.5 hours, because there are a lot of integrations we have, APIs we need to discuss. Even I'm a bit tired now.
Yeah, that works for us. Yeah, for me also.
Okay. What about for others? Sikandar, what about you?
Yeah. I'm ready for whole week actually.
No. What I said is today, if I'm not unable to cover all the topics,
Yeah, next
okay,
week I'm
like,
okay. I'm okay for next week.
then we can extend that for next Sunday, for just like after lunch and before lunch
Yeah, sure.
for 2-3 hours, and we can finish. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So are we covering this agentless RUM and mobile application monitoring, right?
No, agentless RAM, yeah, mobile application I cannot configure because I need to set up Lambda service, all those. There are a lot of things required of it. So I cannot set up, but I will show you that little bit. And whichever is possible, mobile app, I can give you that how you can instrument that mobile application, because I am not, because from Android side, yeah, I said the development is required, right? Therein they need to add in their either Kotlin, Scrooby, that language they're using, right? So in that they need to post that all those things, and then they need to rebuild, then you need to post it to that app, then you can configure here, and then you need to publish the data. Okay, there are a lot of things required. That is
We
not
can,
in
at least we
only
can discuss in theoretical, right? At least.
theoretical. We'll discuss. So I'm talking about data retention. So what is how the data is getting retention? You know what is data retention? Means your whatever you have implemented on a Dynatrace side on your application, how your data is getting stored, how long will get stored, what kind of data will store, for how many years, right? This is called data retention. So you no need to write any kind of policy for data retention or something. Yeah, you need to customize. For SaaS, nothing is customizing. SaaS, no customization. So you no need to worry. But you should know that this data will be available for 10 days, yeah, 15 days, yeah, 1 month. Okay. But managed, you have, we can customize. Not all, but some part. So we will see what are things we have for data retention. Okay. Dynatrace data retention. So you can see, you can take this, most of the questions it will ask your interview, exams, if you prepare for. So you see, distributed traces, code level insight, and errors will be available for 10 days in your SASH. Managed, maximum is 365 days for retention. Service, request and their attributes 35 days. RAM data 35 days. User session for RAM 35 days. Mobile crashes 35 days. Session replay 35 days. That we are talking about session replay, right? So you can fetch the data for last 35 days in SASH. You can see after that, you cannot see the data. But in say in this one, you can configure with maximum 35 days with the retention period. Synthetic 35 days. So for synthetic also, like either you have HTTP or browser based, maximum you can see the data for last 35 days. You cannot see more than that. Okay. Log monitoring 35 days. But you can configurable from 5 days to 90 days. In SaaS, maximum 35 days, but you can configure for 5 days also in the SaaS. But in managed, 35 days will be, but you can configure 5 days. You can store the log maximum 5 days, maximum to maximum 90 days. Metric, it will be stored for 5 years. One agent diagnostic, like suppose we have an issue on your Dynatrace one agent. Okay. And Dynatrace said that, can you create a support archive for this? So how you can create? I think most of the people will be not aware. Yeah, aware. Hey guys, have you created support archive?
Support
If you this
ticket.
a support archive, support ticket, and I know. So how you can create? You can see that run one agent diagnostic. You click on this, describe your issue. Okay, start analyze. Okay, refresh to update, and you can. There is a command to create a support archive. See, collecting data for previous 1 day to 7 day, apply. So now I want to store locally. Analyze issue with Dynatrace. Directly you can, there is a path or something from the server side, you need to go and run it. I'm not doing, you can apply, so you can download it locally. And once it is available, update the progress once it is available, and you can collect this and you can send it. Okay, try in your live environment. See, now I got this diagnostic data, I can download it, support archive. I can go here, create a support ticket if wanted to have. Yeah, go here, support center, and you can upload it. You create a ticket, go to where support ticket, you create it and you give the archive. So whenever you have agent level issue, right, Dynatrace may ask you that, provide the support archive. You create a ticket and attach this, upload this support archive. Yes, okay?
If the agent is not active, then we cannot download, right?
No. When your agent is having issue, agent is having issue, you have installed Dynatrace one agent, okay, something, but it is fishy. Something is not fetching the data or something, right? So then Dynatrace will ask you when you create a support ticket, can you give me the support archive?
Okay.
So when you go to that that host one agent diagnostic, we have options. Either directly you can analyze with Dynatrace, apply, and you create, it will get. Yeah, you store locally and then down, because some of case it is not allowed because some issue, because the network issue, all those things are blocking everything. So you cannot do that. Then you can store locally, so you can download that diagnosed for how many days they are asking, and then you can create it and you can upload it. That is called support. So that is what for support archive. Davis data problem, that is was I was talking about, that all the cloud automation data problem, and we have open telemetry in this to support time. So this is your data retention. Okay, so whenever you go for an interview or something, no, you remember 35 days. Okay, only just remember for code level 10 days. Okay, insight and errors. Other than that, everything you remember as a 35 days, 35 days. Metric 5 years. Anything 35 days, 35 days, 35 days. Just code level 10 days. Remember that.
Okay.
Will be helpful for data retention. Okay?
Got it.
Now let's move to another topic, is called database monitoring and DB. DB in that we have not discussed. Database monitoring we have not discussed. So let's talk about database monitoring and DB insight. That we don't install Dynatrace one agent on database server. Okay. If you wanted to install the agent on database server, I will suggest you to install at an infra mode, so you can capture, because this is your Windows server. Okay, and you have installed Oracle. Correct? Yeah, MS SQL. Yeah, MySQL. Correct. So these are the database, right? So you install. So what I will suggest in the, this is your database. This is your database. So I'll suggest you to install Dynatrace One Agent on the server level. This is on the server level. So it will fetch CPU, memory, disk, and process and network part. On the database by default visible. Database by default visible. And if you go to that database page, go to the database page. If you see, we can see the database by default. So we have not installed. But for this database, we cannot see the CPU memory. Okay, I will suggest you to install Dynatrace One Agent as a infra mode, and then you can see the database availability, response time, failure rate, load, some query, all those things. Okay, on the query procedures and transaction level, you can see the statement, all the database statement you can see, but that is not sufficient. Then what you can do is all the statement you can see, long term you can, all those things you can do that, but still you want to have, see, database fetch per execution range from 10 seconds to 15 seconds. You can, a lot of things you can do that. So once you have that, you can get customization, but still you wanted to have that more depth in the database and you have that metric, then what you can do is you can create a configure as a DB Insight. So for DB Insight, environment ActiveGate is required. Hope you remember we discussed what is where you can require ActiveGate, and you can configure DB Insight. So you can see we have a, if you have control of Oracle, if you type, so we have a database Insight for Oracle. You go here. They need to configure that on the database. They need to configure some Dynatrace as a user, and then they need to give, you need to give the host name, that service ID. That in the database they need to configure a user ID and password, and they need to provide the permission what kind of this user can do, and then they need to do that. So once you have added, you can see that all those things. Okay, all the metrics, everything you can see that. Okay, if you see Dynatrace DB Insight. Anybody has done that earlier?
No, not done.
And this one. The Oracle database Insight. So this is not giving more. Let's go to DB Insight, database Insight. A documentation sometimes finding also is very difficult. This is right. If you see that Oracle database Insight, right, what is happening is we have ActiveGate, we have a database, right? So through JDBC, Oracle database Insight is fetching from this, and then the fetching the Dynatrace server. In mediator is working ActiveGate. It is, everything is happening on the ActiveGate server. Okay, so in the database, they need to create one Dynatrace as a user, and they need to provide the permission on those things. So that user will fetch the information, send it to ActiveGate, and ActiveGate send it to Dynatrace server. Okay, in that way you can work and see what are the things you can, metric you can see. Okay, throughput, CPU, disk, table space, in that all those things, buffer, memory, all those things you can see in the SQL level, SQL parse, SQL execution, PL SQL, connection management. There are a lot of in memory level, PGA used for work areas. So these are share pool, share memory level. You can see these are the metrics you can fetch that. Okay, once you do that. Okay. So try in your live environment, if you are working on Dynatrace or something, and they wanted to have this, okay. So then you can do that. Okay? So this way you can fetch the Oracle. So we are not touching your database, but we are fetching the information from the database via active. Okay.
And on the DB server side, we need infra one agent, right? Not full
Yeah.
stack.
So why I'm telling you to install Dynatrace one agent as an infra mode, because you can get a CPU, memory, disk, process, everything, right? Whatever that is running, but we are not injecting agent on your database. So how you are doing? So one way you got the infra part. Second way, you are fetching through the database inside. The same way we have for SQL, all those things. You can develop some plugin also, and you can put that. Okay. So for database, you can see I developed some plugin, right? I've uploaded. I have given that plugin right in the chat. Okay, let's upload some plugin. So activate plugin is required, all the database, right? So we have that some MySQL. But MySQL we don't have. We have Derby client here in the Easy Travel. So you can see here it has got uploaded. Now if I will go to my monitored overview, monitored technology, custom extension, you can see MySQL, and you can see these are the metrics we are fetching. Table lock wait, table locks immediate, slow query, running thread, all those things we are fetching. I know DB data writes, buffer pool, create a temp table as well, disk table, create threads, connection error, connected threads, whichever it is possible, we are fetching that content. Okay, so based on the requirement, right? You need to develop that. Okay? So that way you can do. You don't have MySQL, so sometimes you need to develop the plugins. For us, sometimes you need to go here. They keep on adding. So we have Couch database, Couch DB. So you can see here. What is required? Just username, password, and port number. So they need to create the Couch DB. They need to create one user at a Dynatrace. Okay, and they need to provide a permission. This user what they can do. Okay, based on they can fetch the information. They cannot write yes only. They can fetch the information with the port number. So they start fetching the data. So some of the database already they have given. Earlier, like slowly they keep on adding. Okay, CouchDB, then they have added this one. We have now MySQL also. See, so no need to develop it. MongoDB, MySQL, all those Postgres, all those Redis. We have then which one you want. So all those things they have. So some of things it is not there, then you need to develop. Most of the database it is there, right? It can manage with that. Okay. So this, I know I'm a little bit fast. If you see the database, you can see.
So enabling full stack monitoring on DB server is, I think, useless, right?
Useless, yeah, correct. Because that agent is not going to inject something in your database inside the data. They will only on the server on Windows server. Yeah, so the best recommendation is go and install the Dynatrace Foundation at infra mode. So you can fetch the CPU, memory, disk, all those information, and you fetch it through either plugin, yeah, fetch it through DB inside. Okay. Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, shall we move to another topic?
Yes.
sure.
Now let's talk about alert profile and anomaly detection. How many people knows about alert profile?
I know
part,
about the alerting, but alert profile is it looks like different.
and anomaly detection. Okay, so Dynatrace that alerting, right? When you are sending alert to either your email, yeah, ServiceNow, yeah, PagerDuty, yeah, Slack, yeah, Microsoft Team, any of the channel, third-party channel, right? You need to have an alert profile. Okay. So alert profile works on severity. Okay. So alert profile has a severity. What they have? Severity. Severity in they have different types of severity. One is resource. Second one is custom. Third one we have error. Fourth we have slowdown. Fifth we have monitoring unavailable. Monitoring unavailable. Suppose I wanted to have a resource alert. So resource means what?
Resource is a metric value.
So resource, under the resource, what are the metrics will come? What kind of metrics will come? CPU, memory, disk. These are the part of resource part, right?
Yes.
This is the resource. Error means anything. Slowdown means anything becomes slow. Custom, what we configure as a custom. Unavailable, like something become unavailable, right? So that kind of alert severity we have, right? So whenever you are creating, sending an alert to either on Gmail, either on email, yeah, some integration, yeah, something, right? What you need to do is you need to create an alert profile. Okay. So how you can create an alert profile? So remember in the corporate, when you work on live environment, something, and your always alert profile should be created based on the management job. Okay. So suppose we have easy travel as a management zone, I should go to alerting, problem for alerting. Go to that alert profile and give that alert profile name is easy travel. Easy travel management zone I will select. For this is for which management zone? Easy travel, and I need to add the severity. Go here. This is the we have availability, not availability also we have. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 we have. I have added only 5. So 1 we have availability also. 6 we have availability. Okay. So if you go to the Dynatrace and see, I'm adding availability and I'm adding custom. Let me add first. Then we have error. I'll add. Then we have monitoring unavailable. Add. Then we have resource. Add. Then let's add slowdown. Okay. Add. Okay. I have added. Now save changes. First, I will do that way. Then I'll open that my easy travel and see how many it is added. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 was added. Now, what is telling that? Slowdown alert. Whichever alert comes under slowdown severity. Okay. What is the linking? Send a problem, send delay in how many minutes? Means that suppose I receive a global outage. Okay. Now, if I have for Azure under slowdown severity, okay, suppose example under that slowdown severity, they are telling send a delay in 0 minutes. I receive Dynatrace receive a problem in the problem where in the same time you should receive an email. Okay. Yeah, Dynatrace receive a problem in the problem where, but you wait for another 5 minutes, still have issue persist, then you send it. Okay. So if you wanted to have a delay, you can keep for 5. Now in that also we have called entities based on the tagging. Okay, so you remember that tag where I think Sikandar has where we can use the tags and host group, right? Tag will use everywhere based on the tag only. So now you wanted to have for only 4, 5, something, right? That has any production tag, UAT tag, something that you can add any tags, okay? And you can add the tags. So you can give that key, environment, value, production, something, okay? So something like this you can do, and all the tags you have to be added. Okay, so you need to add it. So that way you can do it. So I am not adding based on the tag. I can take all entities and then we can save it. So this is called, so when you error alert, once you receive the alert, a Dynatrace receive, don't send wait for 15 minutes, still issue persist, then you send an alert. Resource, same way, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, that is the time frame you used to put in delay, because otherwise you will receive a lot of problems. Okay, and management will ask the question. Okay, so this will receive a problem. Now, once alert profile is created, I need to go to integration, problem notification, and you wanted to have an integration with this. Okay, suppose I am doing for email as of now. Display name, Dynatrace, naming alert to any of the email. Can you ping me? Some of the email.
srikantevergreen@gmail.com.
Ping me that, no?
Yeah, sure.
No email. So I will copy this. You can add DL also, okay, if you have the DL, and add recipient. Here you can add. So you cannot add like comma separated or something like comma or colon separated. No, it will not work. You click on another email also I wanted to add, then I can add like this. Another email I wanted to have like this. So like this you need to do. But CC also BCC. Okay. Now let's keep for one and CC BCC limit. And this is my subject for alert subject. The state problem, anything I wanted to add, then I need to select this. I wanted to have problem severity, suppose. Yeah, problem ID is there. It is there. So I need to have impact entity. Something. Then you can keep this. Copy this. Already impact entity is there. Then problem severity you can take. And you can put it like this. Colon space control. This is your subject. Okay, what you wanted to have. And then you need to select the alert profile. Alert profile is when you keep on arrow, it will not show. You need to delete this. Then it will show. So now it is showing easy travel. I've created send a test notification. I think Shrikant has received an email that some
Yeah,
alert
check.
notification he has received an email. Okay. So that way you can do that. So you go to that setting, you also try add notification, select that same alert profile with your email ID. You can do that. Okay. Yeah, same alert profile, you keep it and just you add your email ID and just you do test notification. You can also receive. Okay. You go and try that. Okay. I'm not talking about other integration right now. Just I'm trying to finish understanding that alert profile so you can understand that. Okay. So this way, this is called alert profile. Now, once alert profile is created, so now suppose I have created alert profile, but I don't want to send a custom alert to Shrikant. Okay, then what I will do, I will delete that custom severity rule inside this. Are you getting my point? So whichever things are not required, you can delete that, like severity. Shrikant is part of only resource alert. Yeah, something you should get only resource alert. Then other than that, I will delete it. Something like this. Okay. So now if you see that problem page, did occurred any problem in last 24 hours? See, this is the default alert profile it is taking. Earlier we have not created. If you see this, we had a memory saturation issue. It comes under which severity you see? Okay, let's go to problem. Like this, you cannot find. You take here severity you see. So I am talking about host monitoring unavailable. If I'll take this, only it will show. So availability, it is showing that when something becomes unavailable, it is a multiple of it is coming under the availability error. When I go for error, there is no error. When I go for a slowdown, there is no. I will go for a resource, I can see memory saturation. But when I'll go for a custom, I don't see custom because we have not configured a custom element. Okay. So by default, Dynatrace will give the anomaly detection. Okay. We have not configured the memory saturation alert, yeah, some application alert, but Dynatrace has the AI capability. So they provide that. Okay. So now we'll see what is called anomaly detection. So now you understood that alert profile. Hey guys,
Got
yes, no.
got
Okay.
it.
Now we'll see what is anomaly detection. Okay. You go to setting page. Here you will get little bit clarity on this. Then we have anomaly detection. And you see, Dynatrace itself provide that anomaly detection for web application, mobile application, custom application, crash rate, service, database, extension. Then we have an infrastructure. Okay, host, disk, custom disk, AWS, VMware. By default, they used to give. If I'll go to my infrastructure, I can see that host, disk, all those things. So now if I'll remove this, detects when it is reached to 95. By default, it will be 95. So I'm putting that at 20%. When it is reached 20%, you can send an alert. Memory, so you will see a lot of alerts. And Srikanth will fill their email box. Okay? Flooded with emails. Memory users for Windows 30, Linux 20. Okay. This much is enough. So they have a lot of alert mechanism. So no need to configure for basic alert. Okay. Now Srikanth will start receiving the alert. Now, so same way we have for web application. Okay. So you can see web application, we have something like response time, degradation. You want to keep some threshold value, you can keep some threshold value, and you can keep it like automatic, you can keep it. So Dynatrace has a default, some threshold value for all those things, you can keep that. I'm not changing it, just to go and have a look. Okay. Same way we have for service also. So this setting, if you are doing the changes from the global setting, means setting page, it is applicable for all the service, all the host, all the web application, all the mobile app, all the database service. Okay. But if you are wanted to change for web application threshold value, then if you go to that web application, you can change it from there also. Now, if I go to my web application and go here, for this application, we have a anomaly detection. So you see here, we have an anomaly detection. You can change the threshold value here. So this will be applicable for this application. Are you getting my point?
Yes, Deepak.
Let's say yes, no. I'll repeat again.
Yeah, understood, Deepak.
Okay, so when you do the changes on the setting level, global setting level, then from the anomaly detection, make sure that you are doing changes for globally. If any of the threshold value you have done the changes, means that it is applicable for all the application, all the hosts where you have done the changes. Okay, if you wanted to do some changes, wanted to have some changes on particular application, particular service, particular database, then you go to database setting, that service setting, and open that, and then there go anomaly detection and do the changes. Okay, the threshold level. Okay, so then you will not fetch like FY application will not say, hey, I told you to have that 90%. Now I'm getting alert for 80% because you have done the changes for global setting for one application 80% because all the applications got impacted. Now everyone is getting alert for 80%. So don't do that. If you wanted to have a particular host, particular service, particular process, particular application, you go to that application setting and do the changes. Got it? Now we have custom alert. Okay, so now we have by default Dynatrace has given some of the alert. That is fine. CPU, memory, disk, process, all those things they have given that. But I'm not happy with this. I want to create some custom alert for AWS, for some metrics for this one, some metrics for synthetic, some metrics for ActiveGate. There are a lot of metrics, right? So I wanted to have that. Then what I need to do that? I need to create a custom alert. So where I need to go? Anomaly detection. You can see we have custom events for alerting. So I wanted to have for AWS. So we can category, we can keep all, and we can take AWS. See how many we have. So ActiveGate, AWS missing permission. Okay. And then you can take dimension, no limit, advanced, rule. No, it will take another. What you are looking for, AWS, just check. We don't have any kind of load balancers or those things. Okay. Number of running EC2 instance, okay. How many EC2 instances running? Okay, so we have one subscription. How many is running? Count is 6, right? 6 is running, right? Shay, yes, no. How many is running on EC2? You can go to my
6
EC2.
machines.
6 machines are running. So I can see that. Where it went. Okay, so 6 are running. Okay, so I can configure alert anomaly static threshold 6 count. Range if threshold 3 of 5 minutes. Okay, so you can alert something like once it is become a 5 or something. Okay, so and then static threshold is 6. Okay, it will become a 5 or something. It is down or something. You raise an alert. Okay, like this you can create a custom alert. Now you wanted to have that for some metric, like you take bounce rate by user and web. So how many scope is there? 1. Okay, if multiple, then you can create a rule-based filter and add some this one. And you see percentage is 34%. Okay, so alert anomaly static threshold 4 when it is reached to 50%, then it's a through anomaly. Okay, so now is current is 34. See, so when it is reached, sometimes it is reached for 100% also this time. See, so when it is reached to 50%, you throw an alert. But current value was, see, if you do that auto adapt baseline, then see, that AI will take care. Okay, so a static threshold you can put it and you can keep it. Okay, now you wanted to have CPU. Let's take CPU users you want to configure from the customer. You can configure. So CPU users. So CPU users for host, right? Host CPU users, VMware, no. VMware, no. See, host CPU is, okay. Now, how many hosts is applicable? Now, no, total we have 7 hosts, okay. So we have this many hosts, okay. Now I wanted to have for particular host, then add a rule-based filter. we can give that host group UC. So how many host group we have? So whichever we have EG travel. So how many will come? 2. Now you are seeing.
Yeah.
So when you do the changes in the group level, how many hosts it is there? All the hosts will get applicable. Now we have 9.58% that static threshold value. When it is reached to 90%, I need to create alert. Then we can create alert for EG travel host CPU users. Okay, you can create a custom alert. This is a custom. If you put it this on under the resource, it will create a resource. Okay, so make sure that custom should be custom. Then you can create. So it is created. Okay, so now if you see, keep this as a 2%, it will generate error. Okay, now if you see that problem page, now let's wait for 5 minutes. Why there is no problem? Go to host page. No, we have 6 hosts only, right? How much we have added? 5%, right? So this one it should show as an alert. Wait for 2 minutes. It will show. No, we have added for EG travel this one, another one. So let's keep for 2%. Yeah.
Third and fourth one I added. Easy travel app 01 and 002.
Let's see. Custom events for alerting. So how much threshold I have added? 2 instead of 2, keep it 1. We'll wait for 2 minutes. So it will create app 1 and 02. This should create a problem. Now wait for 2 minutes. I think application is down also. Application is also down. Yeah, it is down. That is the reason. It's fine. It should create a problem. Let's wait. It will take time a little bit. See, we have moved that right, so that is the reason. Now not coming with this tone. I think let's have this problem. Now you see, resource we have removed from custom. I have removed from your alert profile, so it is taking default. If I'll add this as a custom also under that alert profile, custom. So now you see, you cannot receive. Okay, because I have removed that alert profile custom severity from that alert profile. If you see this,
Yes.
if you see this alert profile, if you see this, EG travel does not have a custom, right? Severity does
Yes.
not have, but default has a custom. That is the reason this problem only it is going for a default custom, default profile, not only for your easy travel person profile. And this is coming under custom, you see.
All right.
So in that way, you can create all the custom alert from setting, anomaly. Custom alert will be in the setting page only. No particular service, particular host, or particular process. Okay. You have to do from the setting page only. Setting, anomaly detection, custom hits for alerting. So all the CPU, memory, disk by default is there. So all the custom alerts you can create from the here. So you will get a requirement, right? What you need to configure, what you do not need to configure, right? So based on that, you can see that. Okay, so now we have some IBM MQ, percentage Q depth, no entity because we don't have. So you can have that lot of metrics, you can create that. Okay. Clear? Anomaly detection and alert profile.
Yes.
That's clear.
So if you see that host, if you go particular host also has anomaly detection. So if you see host here, we have called anomaly detection. So instead of host, you can go that host group level, it is fine. If you go to that service, our application already have shown you any service, not like one service, any service. We have this many service, right? Every service has a own anomaly detection. You can go to setting and you can put it that anomaly detection. So every service has, if you go to that database, you see the database. So if you have 100 database, every database has own anomaly detection. You go setting, we have own anomaly detection, fail detection, everything you can create on this. Okay. For fail detection, what? Yeah.
Deepak, suppose for IBM MQ for application, we have 500 queues and we want to monitor 500 queues with different metrics, with different threshold values. So
then what you need to, so IBM MQ has a consumer count, thread count, right? You're talking about.
Yeah, queue messages.
So you need to create that different threshold value, then you need to create a metric for that.
Is there an easy way that we can create it instead of creating for each queue message for different threshold? Can you make it easy? In anomaly detection, for now I created this custom.
Okay, custom is for alert.
Okay. For each queue, I have given different threshold value here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have 500 queues now. So instead of creating multiple custom alerting here, can we make it easy another way?
Make it easy means what other way you can
like,
tell me?
Like instead of creating 500 custom alerting here.
So you can take that some of the limit threshold, okay, and you can suppose you see MQ, okay. So suppose okay, I am taking in queue count, okay. So now you can understand here, once you go to that in queue count, you can see what are things are in alerting scope. Okay, so you can keep that all that like queue, right? You can put it in that alerting scope based on the naming, yeah, tag, yeah, all those things. Okay, yeah, management zone, all those things you can do it. Yeah, entity or something, entity you can select and you can give that MQ. All those things will be alerting scope. It will show on the 500 or 200, 300, whichever, right? You can see that. Okay, and then you can keep some. And now you are keeping some threshold value, right? Everyone has, you can see whichever has some similar pattern, right? One has 400, one has 45, one has 450 or 420 or something, right? You take it that data, combine it and put it one threshold value so you can capture, right? In that way you can do it, okay? Otherwise you need to create all that, right? Current queue count, right? Whatever queue message you have, based on that you need to keep it, right? I know, I remember when I did for MQ level, even I have configured multiple alert, okay, for custom alerts. when I was configuring Dynatrace app mode. Okay. So you either that way you can do that. Yeah. So you need to take that whichever we has closure, right? So you take that list value based on that. When it is crossed to that, you can send an alert. In that way you can do that.
Okay.
No other way you can do that. Okay? Because you are changing the threshold value, right? If you do not change the threshold value, then one it is fine. You can add it, all the alerting scope, right? But if you have different threshold value, then you should have a different alert. Correct.
Correct. Okay.
If is there any other way, then you let me know. If I missed out something. Even I do not have.
No. Even I was looking. Actually,
Yeah, it is because you are changing the threshold values. If the threshold value gets changed, definitely you should have that different alert. But other way, what I have suggest you that, suppose if it's a little bit similar, like some has 400, some has 405, 410, something like that. You can take all those things and combine together and take a list value so you can understand. But still, whichever has 420, if they receive in 400, then it is still, it will application will ask, hey, still it is 400, why you are sending number, right? So there's a lot of problems. Okay, so you can do that. Okay? Now let's talk about another topic is called maintenance window. Okay, so how you can configure a maintenance window? Okay, so to configure a maintenance window, so what is maintenance window? You tell me, anyone?
If any activities are going on, like patching, server patching, or DB upgrade and all, that time they don't want any alerts and they ask us to keep it in
Create a
maintenance. The
maintenance
alerts.
window, right?
Yeah.
So either application, yeah, host, yeah, what do you call it? Database, anything, right? It will go for upgrade, yeah, some patching, and in that time that it is going to restart. Okay, then application team does not want any alert, does not want to receive any alert. Okay, so for that, what they're communicating to Dynatrace team and seeking for to create maintenance window for this time. Because in corporate, whenever application go for a maintenance, they have a duration. Okay, it will go start with 12 o'clock and with 3 o'clock. It will not go start with 12 and they will start 3 o'clock and end with 6. No, it will say that start with 12 means start with 12 a.m. end with 3 a.m. means end with 3 a.m. Correct? Because for that,
Yeah.
lot of what they used to create a change request, all those things, right? To have that. So in that time, same time, what we used to do is based on that, what is going to upgrade us. So you should not receive an alert. What we used to do is we used to create a maintenance window for that application that host. So there are two types of maintenance window. One is planned one, according to Dynatrace. Yeah, it could be planned maintenance window, like it will have, it is already planned. One is unplanned. Unplanned means there is some issue in their application and they need to restart it. There is no other solution to have to reflect it. Okay, then this is called a suddenly tonight or something, right? Then they need to call as an unplanned window. And one is planned window is tomorrow or next week we have application upgrade, then that is called as a planned maintenance window. Okay, so if you go to that setting page, and then there is a specific topic is called maintenance window. So maintenance window is called monitoring, alerting, and availability, and for one agent updates. One agent update, when you create a update your one agent, right? During the maintenance window, then we have one agent update, right? And you can create a maintenance window. And one we have for monitoring, alerting for availability. So for monitoring, alerting, and availability, you can create a maintenance window, add name, each travel application. I mean, something is a planned one. Okay. So there is a types of alerting. One is detect problem and alert. Then there is no need to create a maintenance window, right? If you detect a problem and alert, you send in the alert. Then what is the way of what is the need of creating a maintenance window? Not required. Detect problem but don't alert. This way, yeah, detect problem, disable the problem during the maintenance window. I don't want to receive a problem, and even application also means means you will receive a problem from the problem page, this problem page. Okay, but service now email you cannot receive. One is disable the problem during the. If you do this one, what will happen is sometimes management asks a report from the Dynatrace. Hey, can you send me the problem list of problem for last 30 minutes? How many problems got occurred for this application? Okay, that time you send. Okay, you send it for that. It got 200 errors. Okay, then in that also it was there when application went for a maintenance. Okay, that alert was also there because you have enabled detect problem and don't alert. Then application team will management will ask you, service now it is showing only 50 alert from Dynatrace, but your problem page is showing 100 alert. Why? Now you give me the justification. So in that case, you will be in little bit trouble situation. So make sure that whenever you are creating, you create disable problem during the don't detect also. For detecting problem also, it will create a problem for you because you are trying to solution. So make sure that you are disabling problem during the maintenance window. Now you wanted to have a synthetic also, you should be disabled. Then you can use the synthetic also, disable synthetic monitoring execution. Recurrence when it will happen once, yeah, daily, yeah, monthly, whatever it is, you can configure that. If it is a monthly, then you can configure that. And a start date at once, then a start date, a start time, and then you can add entity type. Okay, so you can give like what we call web. They keep on changing. Entity type. Wait. EC2 instance. Any entity we have, then you can select that. What is active gate? There is IP, add, if it is a tag, then add management zone, if it is required, easy travel, and then again based on again you add, then entity type. Yeah, you can suppose some of the application you wanted to have, right? So what you can do is web, if you wanted to have web, open that. Click on Easy Travel. This is your entity ID. You can see. And take this, copy this. Entity type you select. It is the web application. And directly you can give the name. Yeah, you can give the ID. So you can see now we have copied same ID, application hyphen something. See, we have copied the same ID. So this is taken. Now again you need to add. So something like this you need to add and you need to configure. So now I have configured. So like this maintenance window will be upcoming. Okay. So if you create this, there are a lot of things we have here. You can keep on adding. Now we have a host you wanted to have. Then select host. Host. If you take a host group, then select that host group, and then you select this host group. And if you whatever the host group we have, right? Easy travel and training, you select that, 2 will be added. Okay. Again add. So like this you can add. So host group got added. Okay, like that you need to add and save changes. Add tag you want to add, then you can add. Yeah, add management zone. Select this. It is easy travel. Save changes. From where it is fishy, it is save changes. So like this you need to do. Okay. So whenever you wanted to have a maintenance window, once it is done, it will automatically, because we have the time frame, start time, end time, so automatically this. You can select the time zone. Okay. UTC, ITC. Got it?
Yes, yes, Deepak.
Yes.
It is a little bit easy once you configure your company. Okay. Okay. Now let's move to. Now I will tell you how you can fetch the data through API. Okay, so Dynatrace does provide some API. Okay, so you wanted to have a list of problems, you wanted to have a list of synthetic monitoring, yeah, you wanted to fetch some configuration data, right? Yeah, metric information, how you can fetch through API. Okay. Anybody have done earlier?
I've done project
So
log.
if you Mhm.
Done project log by seeing your video earlier.
Okay. So if I tell you, hey, how many problems got occurred in last 24 hours? Can you send me that report? Then what you do? You should go to that environment API version 2. Okay. And then go to problem page. I'll not do for all, for one I can show you. So I wanted to have a list of problems. Okay, so you can go with this. Click here. And then I should have a token. So I need to create an API token. Okay, not pass token. So what I need to do is I will go to my access token. So these are the token that we have created, right? These are the pass token. Okay, now I'm creating an API token. So token name I'm giving API. Just an expiry date you can keep, you cannot keep. Fifth. Template you can give. If you don't give anything, right, then it will create an API token. So what are the scope we have? So this can do problems, right? So read problems, read entity, read events, extension, whatever read, right? You can put it where we have a read problem. Just to check. A read matrix, a read problem. Basically, read problem is required to have the problem matrix, right? Problem API. Basically. Okay, so I'm taking this. That is enough sufficient. So generate a token, copy this, go here, and first you authorize this. Paste it, authorized. So now it got authorized. No thanks. Okay. Now what I need to do is close this. Now go to problem, click on try it out. Now you see I'm not adding all those things. I'm giving from date to date. So this is a from, this should be this format, right? So this is the date time format. You can keep it. So this is date, month, year is okay. 2022. What is the month? 9. What is the date? I'm looking from 4th to this. I'm looking from 2nd to 4th. Okay. 2nd, Control C, Control V. Instead of 2, you put it 4th. Okay. Now I have added from date to to date. Problem selector you can keep for a specific management zone, a status close, a status open. You wanted to have a status open, then you copy this part, Control C, and put it here. So like this, it will become. So like this, and then you can keep it and you can execute this. Once you have executed, you can see 0 count. There is no problem. Just to remove this, now executed. How many total count is 2? Okay, from last year you have 2 problems. Okay, see title memory saturation and something. Now you got this JSON file. Download this JSON. Go to Google. Convert JSON to CSV. Excel, whichever you want. Open this. And then choose file. This is you have done. Default. And convert JSON to CSV. Download that. So like this, you can do a lot of things. Okay, you got the report. You can expand it. Now whatever the filter option you can do. So you got the raw data. Now you can whatever things you wanted to do, you can do. Okay. So this way you can do a lot of things. Okay. You can fetch the information. So we have a lot of APIs. Okay? If you see, there's a lot of APIs we have. We have for ActiveGate, we have for access token, then let me close this one. So now we have for HTTP monitoring execution. Okay, then we have location level, on demand, security problems, release problem, network zone, metric level you wanted to fetch, list of available metrics you wanted to fetch. Click here. Okay. Try dot execute. See how many metrics we have. Total 134. So download it. Again, go to here. Choose file. Response. Upload. JSON to CSV. Download.
Deepak, any API to download host one agent details so that we can know the one agent version running on the host?
Okay, so what?
I suppose I have 500 servers. I wanted to know one agent versions. So can we have any API? Do you have any API so we can know from there?
One agent version?
Yeah. Whatever. I just want to verify whether all the servers has updated one agent version running.
Let me check it. Okay.
So that accordingly I can update those one agents.
Okay, version 2 does not have. You go version 1. I can see cluster version. So this is your Dynatrace cluster version. problem what we have is it depreciated. Move to
We have one
Continue.
agent on host. Above.
token.
It was there,
This
right?
also.
One, one agent on a host. It was there upside.
Where? See. Get one agent, list of hosts, one agent with the information. Let's try this one. Okay? So let me have again token. I forgot here. So that token it will not use, right? That is token only treat for problems, right? So now for this
Yes.
one, read host, all those things, right? So generate one more token, give API, and API, then you give host.
One
let's- Read extension. Earlier it was good, man. Now there's a lot of things. They have done the changes. Let's take all this. I don't know which will work. Read setting. Read release. This is number 5. This token we have authorized, close. So you need to keep a lot of the informations. Then only it will work. If you don't keep, it will not work. No, it got error. So we need to fill all the information. Then true timestamp. This is 3 days. Management zone ID. Zone host group OS type. You can take Linux. Issue to auto injection. Monitored. See here we have. When you fetch this, right? We have agent
Yes.
version
Yeah.
equals, and you can give the number. Okay.
Okay. I'll try.
Okay.
Try.
Okay, you try it. Okay, you try it out. It will work.
Okay.
So we have that agent version. If you give this equals greater than lower than, it will work. Okay, so you can fetch it out. List of host. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Then what else? What? Let's have a break for a few minutes. Okay, then we can start. Okay.
Okay.
Let's start 4:30. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Recording. Why I'm telling you in the evening time, because most of the US folks are also there, so they can also understand it like before hours. Okay? That is the reason 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday. So Sunday to be which date? I think, can you
11th.
check it? Which date?
11th.
11th of September.
Okay, so 11th September we can have, and we can focus from 5 to 6 for interview questions. What are the questions? How you can answer all those things, and then we can wrap up the session for today. And next Sunday, 11th of September, I'll send an invite for 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Okay, and we can cover that other review.
Okay. Yeah.
So that would be great. So how you can instrument Dynatrace for mobile app? Okay. Is for mobile app. So we have two apps. Mobile app does Dynatrace support Android first. Second is iOS. Did you heard about Cordova? Xamarin, Flutter. Anyone? tvOS. tvOS also comes under Apple only. Apple tvOS we have. So these are that mobile app application. You can instrument, okay, a Dynatrace. So how you can do that, okay? So it does not support BlackBerry, okay? It does not support. Okay, so how you can instrument that? Okay? Sure, that is very little bit from Dynatrace side. If you are a Dynatrace admin, there is no much work from the Dynatrace side. Most of the configuration you need to then configuration is required from that application team, like mobile app instrumentation team, right? We have that, right? Mobile application development team we have. From that team, most of the configuration is required. From Dynatrace, what is required? What is the process? I can tell you. So if you see here, if you go to the deploy Dynatrace, where we have, you can see mobile monitoring. So click here and give the application name. So application name, suppose is my EG Travel. You can keep that and create a mobile app. Okay. Once you have created the mobile app, that wizard will open. So enable and cost control, you can keep as it is. Application name you have kept, EG Travel. You want to modify, still you have options. Then key performance metrics, don't do anything. So you know, right? We discussed yesterday, right? 3 seconds, 12 seconds, all those things. Satisfied, tolerable, and frustrated user, right? Do you remember?
Right, yeah.
Yesterday we discussed it, right? If people can able to access that within 3
Yes.
seconds, satisfied. So that is if
Right.
you wanted to change, you can. Otherwise, you keep as it is. Then keep on. Then data privacy. So enable user in optimal data privacy. You keep as it is. Beacon endpoint. So beacon endpoint. So when you have this, right? So you wanted to run this on where? Environment active area you want to instrument. So you can keep as instrumented on web server. Then you need to have web server URL. Okay. If it is an environment active gate, then you need to give that. Okay. So that you need to give here all the details. Now, once you have it will open that instrumentation wizard. Okay. Instrumentation wizard, once you open that, then you will get options which kind of application. If it is Android, if it is iOS, if it is a tvOS, it's a Cordova, if you have React Native, we have Flutter, we have a Xamarin. So these are that platform, that Cordova, Flutter, Xamarin. These are the platform where you have seen that company website, right? There will be one application. Inside that, there will be 100 applications, right? You have seen that? All guys, you are employed. You have seen that all the portal like HR portal, that portal, your profile portal, your timesheet portal, all are in the same region.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
So That is called, it is a platform. Cordova is a platform where you can something is called, you can put it in that way. There is a platform, you can build this as a UI, and all the applications should be like this. This is your timesheet portal, this is your HR portal, this is your profile portal, this is your resignation portal, this is your some other. Okay, like this, we have a lot of portals we have, right? When you open that myportal.com something, wherever you are working, right? So something open, all the applications should be available somewhere. Just to go and that do the. Okay, so Xamarin and Cordova, this kind of platform they used to provide. So it is all are open source. Okay. Now, if you see, if you wanted to have a IIS, so IIS, that IIS can be developed either via Swift package, Coca pods, cartridge, developer. So you need to understand that from the application IIS team, I should select which method. You want to implement that Dynatrace via Swift, via Coca pods, via cartridge, in developer. So they can tell you can go with Swift, you can go with Coca pods. Okay. Most of the scenario I have seen the other Swift, Coca pods. Okay. So if you Swift, then add the dependency to that code. So there is a X code, we have dependency, they need to add it. So this is a command, then they need to add it in their dependency. Then add that identification key into that they have an info.list file, you need to add it. Once it's there, then they should go to that opt mode and they should import the Dynatrace. Then they have some brew configuration, manual configuration. Okay, so they need to add this. Once it is done, they need to build the IDE and again they need to proceed. That's it. Nothing is required from your side. Okay. Now, but you need to sit with them. Okay. You need to sit with them. When you need, then they must have to schedule a call with you and you need to sit with them. They will be sharing the screen and you give this path and you see where they're adding all those things. You give this path and you copy and you give it to them so they can add it. Okay. So same way we have Coca pods, we have a cartridge, and we have a developer. If it is in developer mode, then you download one agent. Then once it is added, then you need to add that key into info.list file. Then they need to some sign in required. Then some libraries are required. These are the libraries required. Then they need to import the Dynatrace. Then they need to instrument via Swift via manual. Okay. So if you wanted to see for Android can develop via Groovy accordingly. Okay. So both are platforms. The framework, you can say that. Okay. So both are frameworks and you need to ensure that package source are included. So these are the package source we have. So hosted on Maven Central. So verify that these are the package should be, a repository should have. Once we have that, then they need to add the Dynatrace plugin into a script class path. So they have in the build.gradle file, there we have a dependency and we have some class script class path. They need to add this class path. Okay. Once they have added, then they need to apply the Dynatrace plugin to the plugin configuration. Then again, they need to go to user opt mode and they need to do it. And again, they need to build a complete ID application and then they need to push it. Once they push it, you can start seeing the data, all those things. Okay. But just you need to understand that in here, when you are before that, right? We are adding that beacon endpoint, right? You need to add that. We need to add the beacon. So if it is activate, you select that activate. Activate, if it is a web server, you select the web server and give the URL for web service. Okay. After that, all the configuration it has been done from the instrumentation application team. Those are supporting that mobile app. Okay. Same way we have Cordova, React Native, Flutter, Xamarin. Because we, as a Dynatrace admin, I'm also Dynatrace. I'm also a technical consultant from monitoring tools. Okay, I know most of the monitoring tools, but they are not allowing me to do some changes on their application, right? Because I do not know Xamarin, Flutter, React Native. I've never seen the platform itself. I've never worked on anything. How you think that they'll allow you to access the Flutter application and do some modifications without knowing anything? Correct? Even
Right. Yeah.
correct.
other other monitoring tools that you have seen that, like when you instrumenting that JavaScript snippet, that manual instrumentation, right? Java team, the application team will not allow you, provide you the access to do any configuration from their application, because you do not know, right, where I need to insert. You need to tell them, because this is the documentation, this is the configuration I wanted to insert here. Then they can understand and they can see that documentation. Once they will approve, then they will go, someone from the application team will sit with you and they'll instrument, and then you can see, check it from your end, the data is coming. This is the best, right? People used to implement, correct?
Yes.
Say yes or no, Shikandar,
Correct.
yes,
Yeah, that's correct.
That's right. Yeah.
So same way, even sometimes like so whichever is possible, then only sometimes I have seen that for installing a Dynatrace agent, they'll not give you the server access, because they need to add that your profile to that user, that group, AD group, then you have that, then need to assign it, all those things. That a lot of approval is required. Say yes, you know, if you are in some little bit complex environment means that very difficult to get access on that whole server side. Then what will happen is, if you wanted to install Dynatrace one agent for few servers, like 4 or 5 servers, they will not give you access, because for that guy will tell you, for giving you the access, I need to add your ID to particular application AD group. So we have development VAT1, development 1, production 1. Then once you get approved, then it will get added. So it will consume 3-4 days. So in spite of that, like give me that instruction, I'll install. Let's have a call and I can install. So that way it is happening. Okay, so sometimes it's very difficult to get if you are working as a complex environment. If it is a small environment and you are part of that team and you have that access, whatever you want to go and do the server, then it is fine. But when you are working on the complex environment, they will not allow you to enter their server also. How do you think that they will allow you to instrument that mobile application? They will not allow, but you must have to sit with them and show them this instruction. They can understand better than us. Okay. And based on that, just you have a look and see that once it is configured, you can see that it started capturing the data. So once you start getting that, you can see we have easy travel. You can analyze the user session, how many users, what is the crash rate, data privacy, what we have enabled, active. Those are mobile application, right? So web request, call service. And then we have that Apdex rating, user action by users, new users, how many users, what are the user action, from which location they are accessing the website. Okay, and you can analyze the performance once you have the data. So this way you can instrument your mobile application. Okay, it is not like implementation is not will happen anything from your end. You need to just create an application. You need to select that backend forwarder, and then you need to all the instrumentation wizard will happen through the Dynatrace that application team. So just you give that information, you add it in that mode, you take this and add it in info.place file, this you add it. Okay, and even though that guy also has Dynatrace, they can open, they can see, and they can implement. Is it clear?
Yes.
It's clear.
Okay, so let's have some interview questions. Okay, and what are the questions they used to ask in interview? Then they'll ask most of the scenario, right? What are the questions they'll ask you in the interview, right? So that I will explain. Okay, and just you think how many you can answer. I'll write it one by one, that interview questions here in the notepad. First, what is, can you please explain about the Dynatrace architecture? How many can answer?
Yes,
What is
I can.
the difference between active gate? Active gate means environment active gate. Okay, environment active gate and cluster active gate. How many can answer? Third, what is the port details from one agent to environment active gate and environment active gate to Dynatrace server? How many can answer? Fourth, can you please provide, can you please provide me the details of Dynatrace server component? Can you tell me? Anyone? Yeah. Tell me anyone. Dynatrace server component.
Cassandra storage, Nginx web server, and ActiveGate, one agent.
One agent.
Sorry, environment activator, cluster ActiveGate,
Elasticsearch.
Elasticsearch engine.
No, environment activate and cluster activate is not there.
Yeah.
Only embed, not environment activate. Remember, embedded activate.
Okay.
Okay. So yesterday, so you note it on. You Google it also. Okay. You everything you can Google. Dynatrace architecture. You can get that Google this architecture. Explanation. You need to watch the video. Yeah, you need to read the documentation. Okay? Then, okay. What is host group? Okay. 6, tagging. What are the types of tagging we have, right? Manual tag and automatic apply tag. What is host group? Why it is required? Host group. Why it is required? Why it is required? Required. Then tagging. 7, management zone. Management zone. 8. They'll ask you, have you done any integration with cloud? Have you ever done a cloud integration? Then can you explain me a little bit? Then you can say, I have done Dynatrace integration with AWS. So can you tell me what is the procedure I have done with Azure? Can you tell me the procedures? Just you go with that, okay? Cloud, like either AWS, at least AWS and Azure documentation, okay? So cloud, we have 2 types, key-based and role-based. Azure integration, you should go to that documentation. It's little similar. It is very easy.
Integrations comes Grafana. Those are also will be integrations only, right?
Grafana also integration, but what is report? Can we customize the report? The report, if no, why? If it is not, then how we can fetch the report? So you can tell them about Grafana. Okay? Have you fetch? Have you fetch any kind of data from Dynatrace through REST API? Well, I have not discussed. Have you created request attributes? Attributes are here. So what is the way? What is why it is required? 13. How to configure web application option. 14. How to configure synthetic monitoring and why it is. So synthetic monitoring, everything. Synthetic monitoring. 15. How to take thread dump. We have not discussed, but we can take it next month or Sunday. How to take a thread dump, then how to create a support archive. To take memory dump. How to create create support archive. 17. Dashboard. On dashboard, how you can, once you have created, I wanted to share the dashboard, something they will create a scenario like, suppose I have created one dashboard. I want to publish the dashboard. So is it visible for everyone once you create a dashboard? You have to say no. Once I have created that, the user has been created a dashboard, it is not visible for everyone until unless I have not published as a preset. Okay. Once I have published the dashboard as a preset mode, then it will be visible for everyone. So once if I publish as a preset mode, then what will happen is it will be available for everyone and they can edit and modify. So in spite of that, what I can do is I can go with some authentication level access. Those are belongs to admin. I can give view access. Those are belongs to viewer. I can some access, though I becomes to a account owner, I can provide admin access and I can generate for anonymous user also links. So those people does not have Dynatrace portal access, they can click on the link and they can see the dashboard, right? So that what is dynamic filter? Somebody can ask, can we import this JSON file? I can export in another. Yes, I can do that. So these are the questions they'll ask you. Okay, then so dashboard you understood. Okay. 18. Command to stop Dynatrace one agent and activate. Log path also they will ask. Configuration path, all those things also will add, you can understand. 19. Okay. What is the use of activate? 20. Have you ever created SLO and what is that? SLI and SLA? According to what is SLO, what is SLI, what is SLA? Okay, that you need to answer. I have not discussed yet, but we can discuss next class. Then what else? Tell me, anybody has given interview? Have you implemented Dynatrace on where?
Managed.
Have you implemented Dynatrace on managed? Yes, Ash. So you must have to say, I have implemented Dynatrace. So what is CMC? Have you heard about that? If it is, you say that managed, then definitely they'll ask question is, have you heard about CMC portal? CMC stand for Cluster Management Console. Okay, so what you can do? Okay, 23. Then CMC you go with that. I will send one document in the chat. Okay. Let's send
We'll
it.
have questions on license,
Yeah. Still
custom metrics, RAM.
just a minute. Sending. This is your at least you can get a little bit idea for this CMC portal, this documentation. What is, have you ever worked on license part? Ever worked on license? If say yes, then what is dem? How it is calculated? Then how host unit, DDU, and log. 24. Retention policy. Mostly question port level data. Somebody there, how they will put the scenario and they will have you. Hey, what is happening is we had an issue in my application, okay, and the application team said that, some team said that there is an issue in the code level. We had a 15 days back at 20 last one. So how we can fetch the code level information and from where I can go and I can see the code level. You must have to say that, hey boss, code level, you have seen that issue in the last 1 month. So you cannot see the code level data now. Because we have the retention policy for code level is only for 10 days. So you cannot see that last 1 month data. In that way, they'll put the scenario. So they wanted to understand whether you have worked or not. Okay. So make sure that so code level. So retention policy, mostly they'll ask code level information. So you can tell them you need to create a scenario. So 10 days only, right? Then 25. Have you ever created group and providing user access? And how it is. 26. Tell me, you guys also working on Dynatrace?
Real user monitoring is a must question, I think.
Have you implemented RAM? Have you, so for real user monitoring, have you ever implemented RAM? Then 27. Then have you ever implemented Dynatrace on micro service based application? Okay. So they wanted to understand whether you are working on monolith, yeah, microservice. If yes, have you implemented Dynatrace on EKS platform? Dynatrace on EKS platform. Little bit performance engineering, still we have not discussed. Performance engineering. We have not discussed, we'll discuss next class. 30. Tell me any questions.
Network zone, we haven't discussed network zone.
Network zone. Then 31. I think this is enough, right? People cannot answer everything, but I think this much is enough, sufficient, right?
Yeah, please add some scenarios, Deepak. Please add some scenarios as well.
So scenario I told, right? Something like that retention policy I told, right? So how that, then report, how they will create a scenario. Then customization of report, right? So how they will create a scenario. So I wanted to fetch that, have my customers are asking some report for every 24 hours because with some parameters, right? We need to check that availability for each host application, and based on that, I need to create a report and I can send to that my customers. So like that, they'll prepare a scenario. So once you understand the report, you can tell them that report cannot be availability report. Based on that only we need to accommodate. If you want to have the customized report or something, you must have to integrate Dynatrace with other visualization tools like Grafana, Tableau, yeah, Power Exchange, yeah, other Power BI, and based on that API, you need to push that. If it is Grafana, we have that Grafana enterprise plugins, and then you need to do that. Okay, so like that you need to so how Dynatrace you are implementing based on the management zone, yeah, how it is. So you need to you must have to create some scenario. So we have that in my current client, how is we have 20 applications, and we have, if you have 5 also, you keep it 20. If you have 20, you keep it 100. Okay. So we have 100 of applications, and we have 5,000. If you have 500, you keep it 5,000. 5,000 of hosts. So what we did is we have created for each application, we have created a management zone. So based on the management zone, we are installing that installing that agent, configuring applications, configuring synthetic everything. And once we have configured, we are pushing to that zone. So, and we are getting a lot profile, everything under that zone level. So we will not have any kind of data level issue like why this data is showing in my zone and why that data is showing. And we are giving the access on the zone level. So people, other application team cannot alter, yeah, modify any kind of such thing. If you wanted to modify it, do some changes, you do it in your application. So you will be the responsible, but I'm not entering other person to another application team allowed to do so many configuration changes. Yeah, see some configuration from the other applications. So that way we have the implementation plan. Dynatrace One Agent, we are not installing directly through manually go to that server and log in. We have the DevOps team. If you don't know that Ansible script or something, right, then this you must have to we have a DevOps team. So DevOps team, they used to provide that all the Ansible script, everything. The Dynatrace does provide that collection and all, but DevOps team they have implemented, and we are going to that. We are changing the host name, all those, adding that in their profiles, and once we have added, we are pushing that through Ansible script, yeah, Chef, yeah, Puppet, whichever you know, right? So that way we are installing that one agent. So we have most of the agent we have on Linux, yeah, Windows system. So what we can do is we are installing. So while installing agent itself, we are defining the host group, tags, host name, all those things. If it is required, it will be good for us. Okay, that like that you can tell that host group. So somebody asks, you can be, if you missed out that while installing one agent through configuring the host group, how you can do it, then you must have to tell that like host group can be implemented manually from the server side. We can write the Ansible script, yeah, Chef, yeah, Puppet script, but somehow, yeah, however, what we can do is we need to log into the server and need to go to that particular path. For Linux, we have a different path. For Windows, we have a different path, and we need to run that one agent CTL command /one agent CTL -set host group is equal to XYZ, and we need to run. So before that, I need to stop the Dynatrace imaging. For that, we should have approval, because if it's a production, then we must have to create a change request, all those things. And once it is done, then I need to have that. Once it is got approved, then I can stop the server. It is a 5 minutes of activity. So we can stop that one agent. You can configure that host group, and once it is configured, we can start the agent. What is the command to start the one agent, okay, for Linux? Okay, you can tell system particular catalyst stop one agent dot service. Then they can understand. Okay, then somebody asks, can you explain that what the Dynatrace architecture? You can tell that if it is a SaaS, then Dynatrace server will be running on Dynatrace cloud environment. Okay, and Dynatrace server has a 5 component. So we have Dynatrace server, embedded ActiveGate, Elasticsearch, Cassandra Hypercube database, and Nginx web server. One agent will be installed all the application servers, yeah, web servers. So one agent is the OS perspective. So based on the OS, I need to install Dynatrace one agent. Like if it is a Linux, then we need to have Linux. If it is a Solaris, we have Solaris. If it is a okay, and once you install, one agent will start sending a data to Dynatrace server via port 443. If port 443 is not enabled, we need to check with that application team, and we can check that, tell that command with IP and port, right? So whether it is open or not. Okay, tell that connectivity, we can check that. So if it is open, then it is fine. Then once you install that one agent, they start sending data to Dynatrace server. Dynatrace server is connected with Dynatrace web UI via port 443. So we can review, we can see the data, and through REST API also we can fetch the data through Dynatrace server. So that also port 443. Okay, and we have a mission control always running on Dynatrace cloud environment. So mission control has a responsibility to check the license validation, upgrade, if anything becomes health check of their component. Okay, Dynatrace SaaS has additional component that is called environment active gate. Environment active gate is used for multiple purpose, like consolidated one agent traffic and compression send it to the server. Then we have DB Insight. Then we have plot monitoring. We have synthetic monitoring from private location. We have memory dump. All those things we have. For that, ActiveGate is required. So ActiveGate has to be installed on dedicated servers. So we have 3 categories to install environment ActiveGate. One is for cloud monitoring, other than blah blah blah. Then we have synthetic monitoring. One we have for mainframe JavaOS. Okay, so it cannot be installed in one server everything. So all the 3 categories should be installed on 3 servers. So what is the server requirement if somebody asks? Then you can tell them the server requirement is like 4 GB of RAM, 2 virtual CPU is required. One agent to install the one agent, at least 7 GB is required. Do you need root access? Yeah, we need to have a root access, and you should have the internet connectivity. Then only you can install the Dynatrace one agent. Okay. Did I answer most of the questions? Then license they'll ask, what is DEM you need, what is host you need, what is DDU, what is logs, how you can calculate it, application, anything else? I think this much, it is sufficient, okay, for Dynatrace interview questions. You understand, and if you answer this 31 questions properly, I'm damn sure you can crack them. Right, Shikanda?
Yes, Deepak.
So if you answers this 30 questions, okay, at Dynatrace architecture, you explain SaaS and managed. If you explain that, then what is last? What is environment activate? What is cluster activate? What is the port details from one agent environment activate environment to Dynatrace activate? What is the so they go to that architecture scenario page. Explain me the Dynatrace server component. Just now I explained 5 components we have. What is host group? Why it is required? Tagging, zone, request attributes. Have you ever configured custom server, right? Then 32. Have you ever merged the service? Still we have not discussed. 33. A smart escape performance. Okay. So these are the questions they'll ask you, okay, in the interview most of the time.
Earlier, we were having the pure path concept. Now it is distributed. What is that
Trace.
concept got changed?
So what is pure path? Actually, we have not discussed. You can Google it. Just to remember that pure path will capture each and every transactions information. Okay. So now it is called distributed traces. Now it's called distributed traces. Okay. 35. Reports. Access token. What is the difference between API token and pass token? What is the difference between API token and pass token? See, PaaS stands for platform as a service. Okay. So these questions. Then 36. I think from Dynatrace, this is sufficient. Okay. Have you integrated Dynatrace with maintenance window, mainframe, consumption, preferences, again topology? Okay, this is sufficient to have. Have you ever developed any plugins? Custom metrics and plugin that we develop, right? Custom metrics we fetch. Yeah, plugin. From Dynatrace, this is sufficient. Okay? Then they'll ask you some Linux, some other things, AWS, networking, little bit, right? Depends. Somebody will ask Dynatrace and leave it. Right? Somebody will ask some Linux administration, right? So that end of question they will ask you. Okay? So this is sufficient to have this. I'll send it to our chat. So just to download it. Dynatrace questions. Whoever is preparing for interview and join this class for interview, they can go and prepare yourself from the recording. So you can download it from the here. Okay. And try it. If you try 4, 5, damn sure one you can. Those are moving to Dynatrace. Those are knowing, I think for them it will be easy. Log monitoring we haven't discussed. So just you try and let me know if you have any doubt. And think I'll schedule a call for next Sunday, 11 September, 7 to 10. Okay. Any doubt?
Yeah, sure. One thing like which is not with the recording, like if you have any real time, the project which you can able to show us how many agents are running and what are the configured RAM, synthetic and kind of thing. When you get time on next week Sunday, that will be great without
So
recording.
okay, so real time you are looking for.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, just to show that what exactly the data is populating and just to experience on that. Yeah.
Okay, sure. I have one demo environment from Dynatrace itself. Okay?
Yeah.
I'll show you that what kind of data it is getting populated, all those things, and each and every configuration also I'll try to show you. Okay, on this week. Okay, and 7 to 10, 7 to 9:30 and 9 will cover all the topics like log monitoring, recursive loads, most of the topics, distance traces, lot of things, custom service configuration, all those things we haven't discussed. So we'll discuss that, and after that, we'll show you some live, like how that people used to implement Dynatrace kind of thing. So to a way to implement all those, we'll explain for okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Shikanda, any doubt?
No, Deepak, for now I'm good.
Okay. So go through that video once you receive it, understand it a little bit, takes time, and then let me know if you have any doubt. Just to send an email, yeah, send a message, whichever number you have. I have that number in my hand only, so no issue. Once I receive that message, yeah, you can comment on somewhere on the YouTube or somewhere. Definitely, if you're stuck somewhere, the official stuck, yeah, you have interview in your coming days or somewhere, you are planning something, then let me know you wanted to have some session or some brainstorming session on Dynatrace, yeah, other tool as well, okay? So not only on Dynatrace, like you wanted to have on Datadog, some other platform or something, right? Yeah, Prometheus something, okay, you wanted to discuss, so we can discuss and I'll help you out on that. Okay?
Yeah.